before starting any good work, we bow our head towards the Almighty and seek blessings. Here may I humbly request all the dignitaries for lighting up the lamp. On behalf of School of Management, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Manoranjan Sharma, Chief Economist of Informative Ratings, Mrs. Kanika Kalia, Scientist, EN Head, Jaipur Branch Office, Bureau of Indian Standards.
Professor Kung Rong Wang, Professor and Vice President of National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan. I would also like to welcome another guest, Mr. Shang Leng Peng, Director of National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan. We thank both of you, sir, for collaborating with us, and we extend our utmost gratitude to you. Last but not the least, Professor Bob Hopkins, founder and publisher of Philanthropy in Texas magazine, and later Philanthropic World.
Further, I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Kishore Chatterjee, Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, Registrar of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Professor Dr. P.T. Sharma, Head of the Department, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, and convener of ICC ICME 2022. and to the entire galaxy of teachers and student fraternity present here.
Keeping the atmosphere with fragrance, now we extend floral greetings and token of respect to our dignitaries. May I humbly request respected Vice Chancellor Dr. Vishwajit Chatterjee sir to extend the floral greetings to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Manoranjan Sharma, Chief Economist of Informatics, Ratings. Thank you, sir.
May I again request Vice Chancellor Dr. Vishwajit Chatterjee sir to extend the floral greetings to our next keynote speaker, Mrs. Kanika Gandhi, Scientist and Head Jaipur Branch Office, Bureau of Indian Studies. Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for our respected keynote speaker?
Thank you so much.
Now, greetings to be extended to respected Vice Chancellor sir by Dr. Preeti Sharma.
A big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Further greetings to be extended to respected Registrar Sir by Dr. Bhaskar. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Humbly requesting greetings to be extended to a convener of this conference, Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma by Dr. Antima Sharma. May we have a round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I would like to request all the members of the dais to inaugurate our ceremony. Thank you. May I request to join us?
May we have a round of applause?
Thank you very much to all the deputies.
With utmost respect, I would like to invite our Vice Chancellor sir to deliver the welcome address.
Hello. Am I audible at the back? On behalf of University of Engineering and Management, India Jaipur, I would wholeheartedly welcome all the dignitaries on dais and all the entire audience which present over here from the morning. I am extremely happy to be present over here and getting the opportunity to welcome all of you. I'm sure that the preparations are very well made by the convener, Professor Dr. Sharma. And I'm also sure that the deliberations in this conference will be good. And these 2 days we'll be enjoying and also we'll be learning a lot. There are two aspects to this conference, 2 ways in which the conference is being delivered or people are getting to listen to the speakers. Those who are present over here in the physical mode and in the online mode also, there will be many deliberations, professors and corporates and guests will be speaking from remote locations also. And people from all over the world are listening to this through this online mode. I'm very happy that the entire conference organizers, all the organizers have organized this conference in a way that it is reachable to people all across the world. I'm very much thankful to the entire organizing committee. I'm very happy to also announce that around 160 research papers were communicated in this conference. I don't have sure about the numbers. 160 papers were communicated, out of which I got to understand 58 papers will be presented, accepted, and presented in this conference over the 2 days. And the papers will be published either in Scopus or in ABDC journals. So that's a very happy situation. I'm sure that the acceptance ratio will be better day by day with the further years. I don't want to take too much of your time because you are over here to listen to the speakers, the keynote speakers who have been present over here. I'm sure Madam faced some, Kanika Madam faced some difficulties in reaching the venue. She went to some other place. So on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the university, I apologize to you for this inconvenience. So thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. And thanks to all the guests and the people and professors from top universities and institutes all across the country. You have been present over here from the morning, and Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. I'm sure that the conference will be a great one. We'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words.
Further, I request our respected registered sir for his kind words. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning. I hope it is audible to all. See, first of all, the congratulations for all of you who are again here in physical mode. After 2 years of pandemic, we have seen a lot sitting at home, and it's you can say a nice and pleasant moment for all of us. Again, we are interacting pre-pandemic mode, and definitely I wish that it will continue. For all the persons who have joined, you can say globally and first time interacting with the university, I just to inform about some facts of the university, because as a part of the university, as an integral part of the university, our students, our teachers, we all are proud of, you can say, our stakeholders, the base of our, you can say, university, our students. But let me remind you that this all process of conducting the event, conducting the conferences is a part of learning. It's a part of learning for management students, and definitely all the teachers and organizers of these type of conferences are, you can say, should be given thankful of applause for all of them who are conducting it as a part of learning process. These are the laboratories but I have discussed with HOD. These are the laboratory part what management students should have on a very regular basis. And in our university, definitely we are, I think, taking care of that. I just want to inform that we started as a university 10 years back, and within very short period of time, 10 years, you can understand that UEM Jaipur, which is running the courses of engineering, management, and physiotherapy from undergraduate, postgraduate to research up to PhD, all the courses we are running. We are on the top place in Rajasthan as well as in entire northwestern region, where hundreds of universities, thousands of colleges exist. They are doing their part, but definitely we are focusing more on quality and providing, you can say, the quality output-based learning to the students. Dignitaries on the dais, I just want to remind few facts that University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur is NAAC accredited, AICT approved, ISO certified, and member of Association of Indian Universities, International Association of Universities, and Commonwealth Universities. As well as we are placed, our students are placed with top companies, national or international. You can see the placement figures. They are proving it. Our students are placed in international companies. They are getting the projects from international companies. And within the short period of, you can say, 10 years, it's a very short period of for a university to establish and to get our students on a top place in any company. Last year, the placement package, the maximum placement package for our student went up to 72 lakhs per annum. And all the students should be given a handful of applause again, because they are the part of all these learning process. They force us to provide the kind of learning what they require for those companies. And this year, when we are into the, you can say, the last session of our 2022 semester, all the students of 22 have been placed. And the maximum package this year, after, because you can understand it's a post-pandemic situation now. Now it is the maximum package reaching up to 42 lakhs per annum. So you can understand our students are doing very good because they are asking us to provide the facility learning requirement they are providing. And as a university, it is our responsibility to provide all those things. Within a short period of time, UEM Jaipur is now an authorized examination center for Cambridge English Assessment Examination. Center of Excellence for Blockchain Technology by Indian Association by India Blockchain Alliance. Then authorized academic partner for Palo Alto Networks for cybersecurity, Cisco Networks for networking solutions, AWS Academy for cloud-based services and education by Amazon Web Services, and many more. In addition, students and faculty exchange MOU with renowned international universities, internship and placement tie-ups with more than 400 top industries and companies under Industry Academia Interaction Program. So all the things what is required for a student to get job, to get you can say education, outcome-based education, university is trying to provide. UEM Jaipur is ranked first in Times B school ranking. It's all again due to our management decisions. For Rajasthan, and this is also the topmost university in IIC ranking in entire northwestern region, which is an initiative of Ministry of Education, Government of India. University has been identified under the top 50 institutions of AICTE for its lead program and top 200 institutions in entire India for AICTE mentorship program. We are mentoring other institutions. So that is the program from AICTE to mentor another institution. So we are into that. We are mentoring the institutions. It is also the recipient of most promising institution certificate from ARIA. Again, the initiative of Ministry of Education. Physiotherapy department of our university has been ranked at 4-star ratings. You can understand that getting that rank is very prestigious for a university. UEM Jaipur has emerged as a global leader in providing software outcome-based education, placement to all eligible students, support for research, publication, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Specialization in artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, etc. are available for all the students. You can understand that regularly we are conducting HR conclaves, we are conducting these international conferences, we are interacting with the industry persons on a regular basis. All the students are, you can say, must be proud of that. We are getting the inputs from the industry that what is actually required at this moment for them, so that they can hire our student and we can provide the same content to our student for learning. So we are providing that, and immediately on the basis of the requirement what we are getting from the industry, we are changing our syllabus. We are putting all the topics what is required for the industry into our syllabus. University provides financial and learning support for our teachers during pandemic, and almost 1,300 events like seminars, webinars, FDPs, lectures from researchers, invited lectures, and you can understand from different organizations from international repute. We are invited, we have already invited. During the pandemic of 2 years, we have conducted more than 1,300 events. So you can understand at least 2 or 3 events daily. And now also we are conducting at least 1 event daily in physical mode. Again, we are into the same mode and the same speed, and we are again into the same track. So UEM Jaipur is trying very hard for providing all the, you can say, required technology, required facilities, and coming up with the industry as well as the management part of those, where our students are doing very well and excelling in every part. So This is the part where now you can say more than 160 researchers have joined a new researcher group, and definitely all the research scholars, the students will be benefiting out of this. And you can understand when the university of this repute is collaborating with new researchers, it is a win-win situation for both. We have been provided with all the research base in the form of the research papers and the research articles, and definitely students or research scholars will be getting a support from the university to go ahead in their future. So I wish best of luck to all of you. Congratulations again for all the organizers and the team members. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind.
And now it's time to hear out our keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Manoranjan Sharma, Chief Economist of Informatics Rating Delhi. He was the Chief Economist of Canara Bank for 17 years. He is globally recognized as an expert in Indian economy, banking, MSMEs, rural credit, financial inclusion, etc. He has been nominated as a member of over a dozen advisory councils in different 6 states. We welcome you, sir. We would like to request you to engage with the values of this.
नमस्कार, आप सभी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन, वंदन. Good morning to all of you. Distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Chatterjee, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, Ms. Kanika Kalia, Mrs. Preeti Sharma, distinguished faculty members, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, I am grateful to the Vice Chancellor and the organizers of this conference for organizing this conference on a theme of considerable contemporary significance, and also for having me with you on this important subject. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here with you this morning. I've been a banker by profession, as they mentioned in the credit, but I've been an academician, but so as academics continues to be my first love. Coming to the topic, how much time do I have? कितना टाइम नहीं मतलब नॉर्मली fine.
Just 5 minutes for your diary.
Okay. Now, issues of finance have always been important, both in the Indian context and globally. In India, we have a long tradition going back thousands of years. This goes in the concept of what is so widely known as Vasudha Kutumbakam. The world is a community. And now recent work which has been done in various national, international fora by the World Bank, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, International Monetary Fund, particularly, this has been driven home with greater force in the context of the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, some references made by the earlier speakers also, and which is widely seen as something like a once in a century kind of an event. So this concept of the interlinkages, of the interdependence has been driven home in a much stronger manner. Since we are in an educational institution, I am reminded, we have also an association with the University of Taiwan. I am reminded of powerful words of Confucius, one of the most famous Chinese philosophers, who stressed that a civilized society is one which educates its young. Given the kind of accolades, kind of work which this UAM has done in a short span of time, I am confident that the kind of education when Confucius said about thousands of years ago must have been the one like the provided by UAM. There's a very famous Nobel Prize winner for literature, forgot his name. He has written a series of books. I forgot the name, but one, he stressed one very powerful thought that all of us are prisoners of our experience. In other words, the way we look at things are shaped by our life experiences. So here, when I discuss this topic, obviously, I will base my on the kind of experience in different organizations in different parts of different geography. And obviously, this continues to shape my views, perceptions. I would like to submit that this is not a very narrow topic. This is to be seen in a proper historical and comparative perspective because the financial sector is not an silo. It cannot be seen in isolation in a vacuum. It is a microcosm of the broader macroeconomic situation. In the last 5-7 years in India, the Indian economy has been hit repeatedly by what we call a triple whammy. By triple whammy, I refer to the forces of demonetization about 6-7 years back, followed by the rolling out of the goods and services tax, and finally the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been seen as possibly once in a century kind of event. The nearest comparisons go back to the Spanish flu way back in 1990. So there's also been some tendency to look at COVID-19 pandemic in relation to the global financial crisis of October 2008 and even the Great Depression of 1929, which hit the global economy. But the data and information, which is flowed increasingly in public domain, whether you look at the IMF, the World Bank, BIS, Bank for International Settlements, Niti Aayog in India, the Reserve Bank of India, or other individuals and institutions, all of them clearly, unmistakably bring out the central fact that this pandemic was far more savage, was far more debilitating in terms of its repercussions, both on the individual domestic economy and the larger global economy. Since let me refer to one powerful thought. I tried to raise some issues. Some of you may be aware that there's a very healthy tradition in India that the finance minister, government of India, he or she places on the floor of the parliament a very comprehensive document called the economic survey of the government of India, and this has been so irrespective of the color or the shade of the government for the last 50, 70 years. This is written by people in their work in the economic division of the Ministry of Finance about, I think, 6-7 years. We are a very, very eminent person. We have a tradition of eminent person in the ministry, Professor Arvind Subramaniam. He was there as the chief economic advisor to the Ministry of Finance, to the government of India, and I think in 2012, the economic survey of the government of India, he highlighted an important concept of what he then called a twin balance sheet problem. Now, by this twin balance sheet problem, he meant that two important segments, constituents of the Indian economy, were in a bad shape. These were banks were saddled with high and mounting levels of non-performing assets, bad loans, and infrastructure projects for various reasons. It's not possible to go into that is a separate subject by itself in a duration of 20 minutes. So they were in a bad shape. Subsequently, this was also borne out by the collapse, free fall of what we call the IL&FS. Now, I think Professor Subramaniam resigned from that position, went to the US, now he's in the US. And most of you, we made an important presentation at the University of Harvard about 2-3 years back, sometime 2019 or 20, at the University of Harvard, which, as in academic institutions, were widely considered the Makkah, Medina, one of the ultimate levels of educational institutions globally. Now, at his important presentation at the University of Harvard, Professor Arvind Subramaniam expanded his concept of a twin balance sheet problem to what he now calls a four balance sheet problem. Now, what Professor Subramaniam has done is, apart from the financial distress in banks and infrastructure, he has also added the disarray in real estate and non-banking financial companies. माथुर साहब ने पुराने माथुर साहब ने बोला तो एक दो शेर हिंदी करता शॉर्ट है लखनऊ में रहा हूँ बहुत सा मुझे लगा था शायद कुछ चाइनीज पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते तो मैं ऐसी जरूरत नहीं करता लेकिन मुझे लग रहा है सारे 100 बेड के लोग भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं चल सकता है तो हालात इतने खराब थे कि एक उर्दू का बहुत मशहूर शेर है जब कश्ती साबितों साली थी साहिल के तमन्ना किसको थी अब ऐसे शिकस्ता कश्ती पर साहिल की तमन्ना कौन करेगा For those of you who may not be English translation की जरूरत है आपको नहीं है नहीं okay thank you now this financial system at the global level there were large structural imbalances disabilities and because of the kind of stress faced by the global funds all countries implemented stimulus packages to revive the economy. And if you do a cross-country analysis, if you look at the IMF World Bank data set, there are roughly about 200 countries, and you will find that most countries were severely hit, and almost all countries announced hefty stimulus packages. In some cases, it went even up to 20% of their GDP. Now, all these measures were basically included fiscal packages, relaxation of monetary and macro-prudential rules, liquidity injection, and to the banking sector. Now, at the present level, we again see heightened uncertainties at the global level. Global level continues to be marked by uncertainty has been a fact of life, but then possibly even by this standard, this benchmark, the level of uncertainty that we see today has increased significantly in terms of the Russia-Ukraine war, which has cost 30 days. There's been a very significant volatility in the price of oil, sorry, the price of gold also. And I think what we hear in the international press now that maybe there are distinct possibilities of another mechanism of settling payments around the world. It could be ruble, it could be the Chinese yuan currency, and this would significantly alter the global financial system as it was introduced way back in the aftermath of the Bretton Woods Conference of 1944, which set down basically the broad rules, the broad framework for the global financial stability. And now, just let me highlight that while almost all sectors of the Indian economy were completely hit, basically the hardest hit sectors were some of great concern to us, where there's greater human contact. Sectors such as the informal sector, sectors such as micro, small and medium enterprises, aviation, tourism, logistics. Rajasthan में बहुत tourism has always been important industry. That Rajasthan catchword, Padharo Mari, they should become a buzzword for maybe decades. But all those things took a great hit. And the only sectors, if you do some kind of a disaggregated analysis, you'll find that the only sectors which did well with the pharma sector, was mixing the IT sector, information and technology sector, sectors which are not dependent so much on intensive human contact. Now, another aspect before I come to some of the major points, I'd like to highlight that one disconnect has been highlighted repeatedly in the process and fact of the India's development process, and that has been that if you say that the economy is not doing well, if you look at the capital market situation, I'm sure some of the students may be interested in the capital market, may be investing also into it. But then capital market seems to surge from one level to another. If you look at the BSE stock exchange, it's consistently at the level of over 60,000 all-time record. So this can, some days, obviously, in the last 1 month, it came down to 57, 58. Again, I think last 2 days, there's some kind of a surge. Again, I think it may be, if you look at today, I've not seen the figures for last 3 days. Maybe again, it's 8,000, broadly at a level of 60,000 levels. So this surging stock markets is attributable to unlocking, strengthening growth, liquidity infusion, higher savings because of greater uncertainty and free fall in the deposit interest rate. Basically, the Indian economy was hit because there are 4 engines of growth, and all these 4 engines were severely debilitated, severely weakened. These are domestic consumption, government expenditure, private investment, and exports. And the area now that growth is again gaining traction by all indicators. By all indications, growth seems to be getting traction, and then we are maybe can reasonably maintain that the worst is over. Again, there are some concerns because of geopolitical dynamics, some other factors. But there are aspects such as high rate of inflation. In India, there are 6 measures of inflation, but the 2 widely used measures are what is known as the WPI, Wholesale Price Index, and the Consumer Price Index, CPI level. In terms of the RBI Monetary Policy Committee, the threshold level for retail inflation, what is popularly known as the CPI inflation, is 4% plus minus 2%. For last 3 months, we have been consistently breaching the 6% level. If you look at the WPI inflation, that has consistently been double digits, and there is the rare fear that these kind of high levels of wholesale price inflation could be transmitted to the broader retail inflation. So again, these are real issues of real concern. But at a larger level, sorry. But at a larger level, we have also to look at issues which affect most Indians. If you look at the unemployment position in India, as it was not in a very healthy state, but post-pandemic, there was a massive surge in the levels of unemployment. Things are improving, but again, even if you look at the CMI figures, the government of India figures are with some kind of a lag, but then maybe we are at a level of 9% unemployment, which is fairly high, given the fact that there are real concerns that these figures could be underplayed, could be understated because of this kind of unemployment in India. If you look at the latest figures, whether you look at the Reserve Bank of India, NITI Aayog, OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, World Bank, by and large, there seems to be some kind of a consensus that going forward, we are well on track to achieve 8% GDP growth. Now, this is all very good, but then this is also to be realized that this kind of an 8% growth is on a low base. So I don't have time to do a granular, but I'd like to highlight these issues. Now, in terms of any economy, any large and growing economy like India, there's significant month-to-month volatility, variations, even quarter to quarter. So one way to look at the figures dispassionately in an objective manner is to look at the quarterly figures, and by and large in India, the two periods which have the most sanctity we have 4 quarters: January, March, April, June, July, September, and October, December. But obviously, September and March figures are the ones which have most sanctity. So March figures are still not out. They will take some time because of the lag. So I looked at the September figures and I found that GST collections at the level of about 1,25,000 crore. Now, this month, as the Honorable FM Madam announced for presenting the budget for February, maybe around 1,40,000. So maybe there could be an element of volatility, but going forward, this kind of a robust GST collections, which is widely taken as a reflection, as a manifestation of the growth in the Indian economy, we are looking at something like 1,30,000 crore, 1,40,000 crore GST collections per month, which places the Indian economy on a sound footing. Corporate bond issuance September 2021 figures, 82,000 crores. Capital market I referred to earlier. Foreign portfolio investments, September figures 3.8 US billions. Core sector output, infrastructure, power, etc. They are higher than the pre-pandemic levels. Forex reserves, the $640 billion. But one aspect is yet to do very well. Again, there is some kind of a pickup, but bank credit not picked up to the levels desirable, and maybe there are issues of non-performing assets. Maybe there is some element of what we call the fear of 4Cs. By 4Cs, I mean the Central Business Commission, Central Bureau of Investigation, Central Information Commission reports. This is again a very detailed subject, but suffice it just to say here that whether you look at the Banking Regulation Act or you look at the functions and working of banks in India or anywhere in the world, banks accept deposits for the purpose of lending. So lending has to be the bread and butter. And if you look at the business model of any commercial bank anywhere in the world, if you give 100 loans, going by the law of averages, 10, 15, 20 loans will go back. But if the bankers are held responsible, this generates some kind of a fear psychosis. The bankers become risk averse, and they are again series of I don't want to make a political point, but if you refer to the last government, UPA government, which is there, I think 2000, April 2012, 11, 12, there are issues of 2G scam, 3G scam, 4G scam, so many scams, and because of these scams, there was some level of what is known as policy paralysis at different levels of officers, bankers, secretaries, government refused to take decisions because of the fear that if something goes bad, it will be held responsible. So maybe we have to get out of that also. Now, let me come to some micro level issues. How do we turn the corner? How do we improve things? And so I try to generate some ideas, maybe as bright young students, which the UAM seems to have an abundance. You can look at it, come to your own point of view. Basically, all over the world, there's a tendency to look at one benchmark, not for university academy, but for financial institutions, but for commercial entities, that will have to be the growth in bottom line. And that is the international. So how do we increase the bottom line? If you increase the level of net profits, also called the bottom line, I think in MBA courses, we have some commerce inputs also. So one way is reducing the cost, slashing the cost. The other way is generating revenue streams, new and more revenue stable revenue streams. But the global experience, and there is steadily burgeoning rich economic extensive literature all over the world, not just India, almost 100 countries going back about maybe 50, 60 years, that cost cutting is very effective, but cost cutting works only up to a point. So maybe all institutions, we have to look at generating fresh revenue streams. Leadership mindset. I'm happy to see that we have an able set of leaders headed by the Vice Chancellor, excellent team of senior academicians who are doing their best to consolidate the position of UAM in the Committee of Academic and Management Institutions in the country. So that kind of a leadership mindset, capacity to look at the vision, carry out your discharge responsibilities in accordance with the vision and the mission of the institution, obviously it will help. You have to have a well-defined project strategy and meticulous execution, talent multiplier system. Now, this is very important. I was in Bangalore for several years, 13, 14 years at a stretch. And most of, I think, young students should be aware that I will close at 11:20. Madam was very kind. I think she told me at 10:55, so I will not exceed beyond 11:20. So, if you look at the position of Infosys, Wipro, which are household names in Bangalore, all over the world now, what is it that distinguishes an Infosys of today or a Wipro of today from other run-of-the-mill companies? I was in Bangalore for 13, 14 years, and sometimes maybe, again, without making there's some kind of a concern that these big industrialists are harassed by politicians. So then Narayan Murthy was considered to be the one of the most important towering pillars of Infosys. He threatened to move to Chennai or Bangalore. Then he was called by the chief minister, the industrial minister, said you cannot go out of Bangalore. Why cannot I go out of Bangalore? It was published prominently in my biography. We have interacted on two occasions with great privilege to interact with Narayan Murthy sir. So he just smiled and said, sir, you have so much sunken investment, building this, that, software machines. How can you even think? That is an empty threat devoid of any meaning and significance. Narayan Murthy smiled and said that the about you are looking at our balance sheet in a very narrow sense. What is reflected, the kind of assets that you see on our balance sheet do not represent more than 5 to 10% of my real assets. The real assets of my company rest in the minds of my brilliant people all along the line, right from the level of the entry level to the highest level. So I can shift my people anywhere, any day. Don't think it's an empty threat. And thankfully, they are given the kind of reputation, given the kind of credibility, and thankfully got all support from. So again, in case of universities, academic institutions, this kind of an academic leadership, this kind of a talent multiplier system is very important. IT has become omnipresent, so maybe we can also look at leveraging IT in a more effective manner. Another aspect which I'd like to mention is the inclusiveness scorecard. Working in the financial sector, banking and finance, there's tendency to look at things in a quantitative manner. Look at, I refer to the growth in top line, bottom line, you look to EPS, earnings, profits, all those ratios, debt equity ratio, so many other quantitative factors. But then, if you look at the valuations, it is not just governed by the present functions, but also by what is known as future expectations. And they depend on the quality of management, ability to constantly innovate. So all these things also need to be considered. Organizational renewable culture is very important. So, we cannot afford to know whether you are an individual or an institution. No one can afford to rest on his or her laurels. You may have done great work. You may have been a Sachin Tendulkar. You may have been an MS Dhoni. You may have been a Don Bradman. You may have been Albert Einstein. But what is your contribution today? So maybe as all these people, we have to constantly look at things. We have to constantly review. Uh, let me come to my concluding observations. The writing on the wall is clear. The message of history is unmistakable. We have to look at few ways of thinking about banking, finance, management, commerce, economics, and because we can no longer exist in cocoon, we can no longer exist in some kind of a silo because of the ubiquitous, because of the constant interdependency and interlinkage. Obviously, in the last 2 3 years, we have passed through difficult times, but I'm confident the Indian people, the Indian institutions, the Indian economy has always displayed immense dynamism and resilience. And I'm confident that this time it will not be any different. I am reminded of a very powerful thought contained in the Holy Bible, which stresses this too shall pass. So similarly, one of the most famous novelists from Russia, Dostoevsky, wrote in his novel published about 100 years ago, Crime and Punishment, the darker the night, the brighter the stars. Similarly, P.B. Shelley, a very famous English poet, wrote, "In winter comes, can spring be far behind." These are difficult times. These are turbulent times. A time perhaps like no other in the century. But I'm confident that with the kind of dynamism, with the kind of resilience, the Indian people and the various sections across geographies have always displayed. Their good times had obviously struggle. और हिंदी के एक बहुत मशहूर कवि हैं, वो ज्ञानपीठ अवार्ड में पुरस्कार भी मिला था, रामधारी सिंह दिनकर। वैसे मेरा व्यक्तिगत तौर पे मानना है उनको 3 मिलना चाहिए, धन के पद और साहित्य की सेवा में, लेकिन उनके कुछ बहुत पावरफुल लाइनें हैं, मैं आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूंगा। ये चमक अमा के बुझते हैं, सारा आकाश तुम्हारा है। So as bright young students, you may find something going initially tough, but then if you continue with a sense of purpose, work hard, I'm confident that the future is going to be bright, beautiful for all of you. Let me end with an anecdote. An Indian scholar, he spent 3 years at the University of Oxford. At the end of the 3-year period, when he had finished working for his doctoral dissertation, like here also, Madam was kind enough to give us all certificates. He went to his supervisor and requested him to give him a certificate, what we call in India sometimes a testimonial certifying to his quality. The professor looked at him, he smiled and said, when you step out of the portals of this university, if people cannot make out by your scholarship, by your vision, by the way you think, by the way you express yourself, that you have a doctoral degree from the university, but I'm afraid your years at the University of Oxford have been a complete waste, although you may have acquired your degree. So I'm confident all of you will do very well in the future and do the university also well. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words.
Moving ahead, may I request our second keynote speaker for the day, Mrs. Kanika Galia, Scientist and Head, Jaipur Branch Office, Bureau of Indian Standards. She has represented India as subject expert in the group meetings of the International Committee for Hydrometry. She is a qualified auditor for quality management systems, anti-bribery management system, ready-mix conflict certification, and hallmark. We welcome you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. A very good morning to all distinguished co-speakers, Vice Chancellor, sir, Registrar, sir, fellow panelists. I believe a lot of them are joined online as well as offline. Researchers, management of the university, faculty and students of the University of Engineering Management. I represent the Bureau of Indian Standards, the national standards body of India, and the team selected for today's deliberation really resonates with the spirit in which my organization works. It is thus a pleasure to be able to play a part in this, the National Conference on Contemporary Issues and Challenges in Management Economics. In my address today, although my previous speaker has touched on a different kind of an aspect, I'll be focusing on the challenges of standard and continuity assessment, which I hope will be useful in the panel discussions that follow. You may not be even aware of it, but we use standards every day in industries, from communication and media to healthcare, construction, energy, and more. Standards help ensure safety, reliability, and environmental care and contribute to the enhancement of our daily lives. What are these standards? By definition, standards are published documents that establish specifications and procedures designed to ensure the reliability of materials, products, methods, and services every day. Providing a global common language for product development, standards make it possible for cell phones to communicate with each other anywhere in the world, for bank cards to fit into any cash machine, for consumers to buy a light bulb for just about any lamp in any store, and for them to be able to plug that lamp in an electrical outlet. Standards are thus everywhere and play an important role in the economy to provide safety and reliability. Users perceive standardized products and services as dependable, which raises user confidence, increases sales, and grows technology acceptance. Government policy and legislative support. Regulators and legislators refer to standards to protect users and business interests. Compatibility and interoperability. When products and services comply with standards, devices work together. Business benefits, such as market access, economies of scale, and innovation. Consumer choice. Standards provide fundamental building blocks for product development, make it easier to understand and compare competing products. Mass production based on standards provide a greater variety of accessible products to consumers. Most of you will already be aware that with the advent of the WTO regime in 1995, the tariff and quantitative barriers to international trade have gone down, and what are called non-tariff barriers have come to occupy the center stage. The major barriers of non-tariff barriers are acknowledged to be those related to standards and conformity assessment. The WTO regime recognizes that the governments have a right to protect their populace on ground, such as health and safety, and therefore can impose product requirements by law, called technical regulations, or sanitary and phytosanitary, better known as SPS measures in the agriculture sector. In fact, it conformity
हाँ सर ठीक है
assessment provides the means for testing the compliance of
is a Life Fellow of International Society of Management and Ethics. He is an avid researcher and was awarded for outstanding service for Literary Network in 2008 and was awarded for an excellent emerald in 2008. We welcome you to talk.
कौन मैं बोल रहा हूँ बोलो ना सेट हो गया उठ गया छोड़ स्पीकर पे छोड़ दीजिए सही है सही, छोड़ छोड़ रखना पकड़े। इसको mute करो। इसको बंद कर।
Sakun, sir, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. So am I?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be invited as a keynote speaker at the first annual international conference on contemporary issues and challenges in management and economics in Jaipur, India. Correspondingly, I'm very happy to deliver a short talk on the contemporary research topics in management and economics. My name is Kun Huang Huang from National Taipei University of Business. Our business is the only and the first business university in Taiwan. And our students are among the top 10% of the year in Taiwan. And we welcome all kinds of collaboration from the universities all over the world. So today I'm going to focus on internet. If you have the slides, please move to the second page. The reason I picked internet is for two reasons. One is internet is the necessity of our daily lives. The second reason is internet is a disruptive technology. It has already disrupted many industries, and it is now disrupting many more industries. So many topics I will cover today are actually not new. However, with internet, we may have the chance to enter into a whole new world. Next page. So today I will cover the two perspectives of internet. One is data. The other one is the application of data, of internet. So first, let's look at data. Next page. As we know that many existing management economic studies rely on empirical analysis, and the empirical analysis relies on data. And then many of the data are from questionnaires. Next page. So the questionnaires need sampling, and the sampling itself is a subject. There are so many issues, so many techniques we need to pay attention to in sampling, so that we will not have sampling biases. Okay, and also we need to collect enough data. Otherwise, it is very easy for us to have insignificant results from statistical analysis. And the last issue is because when we distribute the questionnaires, we are not very sure if the subjects have already bought the products or not. So we often set up the research framework as if you will buy the product in the future. What is your intention? So intention does not represent your action. There's still a gap in between. So if we combine all these hurdles together and we come up the research results, the results may be misleading. Next page. So if we have the data from the internet, we may solve many of these issues. First, we can have a huge amount of data. So this is good. Second, the data are real transactional data. Okay, they have the purchase, and the machine, the computer record the transaction. And the last one, they are behavior oriented. They are the real action. So if we can combine all these advantages, then we are much more closer to consumer behavior than the existing ways to collect data. Okay, next page. So if we collect a huge amount of data, then of course we can apply the so-called big data analytics. You can use the methods such as association rules, decision trees, clustering to help us analyze our data. Or even we can use the artificial intelligence methods such as neural networks, deep learning algorithms to solve our problems. So the most important thing is that can we create something new based on the internet data? Or can we generate different results from the existing studies? So both new or different results can be our contributions to the literature. Next page. So some of you may say, well, it is still very costly for me to access to internet data. But see, we have one source at least that is free. It is called Google Trends. Google offers a website that accumulate and calculate the amount of keyword search, and therefore transfer into a score of certain keywords. So if you go to Google Trends website and you just type in a specific keyword, it will show you the score at a different time slot. Next page. So this is an example of the Google Trends statistics, okay? And I work with a team of scholars, also published some papers using Google Trends data. One is to predict the housing demand in Taiwan. The other one is to predict the tourism demand in Taiwan. So both papers are using Google Trends data. So next page. Regarding the internet data, also we have the so-called IoT data. So I also work with some other scholar to explore the users' adoption to the healthcare wearable devices. Okay, so this is another example. And next perspective, we will look at the applications. So please, if we have the slides, please turn to the page of application. And the next page is sharing economy. Well, as you know that there are just too many applications of internet. And I will just list some applications here. The first one is sharing economy. Well, sharing economy is not a new concept. People way before internet proposed the concept of sharing economy. The main idea is if you have something extra that you don't use them, at least for the time being, then you can share this with someone else who needs it. And the one enjoys the extra thing may do something in return or pay a little bit money in return. So this is the basic idea of sharing economy. However, it has been very, very difficult to realize the concept of sharing economy. The major reason is because of the information asymmetry. When you say, hey, I have something to share, but nobody knows the news. Nobody knows. However, now, because of internet, thanks to internet, then we have so many different ways to know that something happened somewhere. And it facilitates the implementation of sharing economy. So our first study is to use the concept of sharing economy to build a research framework for long-term care. Long-term care is to take care of the elderly people. And this issue has been a headache for many governments. So we believe that sharing economy can help governments solve this problem. Next page. The next is Uber. And Uber is the realization of sharing economy in transportation. And of course, Uber is a very popular and also very, very big company. So there are different interesting issues surrounding Uber. But we work on one particular issue in pricing. It is called dynamic pricing. Well, dynamic pricing is not new, again. So many studies criticize dynamic pricing. It says that it is nothing but adjusting supply and demand. Some of the studies says that it does not even increase the supply. And also one study says that it is unfair to consumers if the business applies dynamic pricing. So we conduct a study, and we separate the subjects into two groups. One is the so-called loyal customers. The other group is the new customers. So when they face such pricing, okay, the loyal customers tend to take the ride, but they will come back to Uber again in the future. However, for the new group, new customer, they tend to take the ride, but they don't want to come back to Uber in the future. So it is a very interesting result, a big contrast. Next page. Next page is Airbnb. So Airbnb is an application of the concept of sharing economy. Of course, it is about lodging, the place for people to rest. And in our study, of course, we find out that the service, the network service quality is very, very important for the success of the business like Airbnb. The network service quality is very, very important. Next page. Next page is the social media. Okay, so social media is also a very hot topic. If you ask the young generation, they access to social media, different kinds of social media, almost anytime. So we conduct a study and found that social media can be used to acquire new customers as well as to maintain the customer relationship. And we also conduct another research to predict the stock price of Facebook because of different events. However, there are also many issues surrounding social media. The first one is, for example, the dissemination of fake news. The second one is the chamber effect. The concept of chamber effects is something like, if you like golf, I like golf. So it is very easy for us to form a group in the social media. And then we invite friends who like golf, right? And we talk about our favorites, so on and so forth. However, this type of group is very neutral. However, some other types of groups may be very extreme. For example, political groups. So for example, we love a certain political party. So we invite the friends who like the same party together. The problem is we don't just talk about the things we like. We also talk about the things from the other party that we don't like. So therefore, we have the so-called hate group. And some of us, the extremists, may disseminate the fake news in our group. It is very easy. Or even some of us may create fake news in this group. And then some of us may share because they don't know the fake news. So these are the problems, these are the issues surrounding social media. How can we stop or provide the remedies to solve these issues can be also very, very important. Okay, the next page, we talk about digital contents. Since we we focus on internet, and one of the advantage is that the internet can help us to maintain digital contents or broadcast digital contents. And the digital contents has the advantage on the reproduction because they have very low cost on reproduction, or we say the scale of economies. So we have a study working on the digital contents to tell people that a digital content company can outperform its counterpart, the traditional content, physical content company. And the next page, when we talk about digital content, of course, we will talk about the tiny things about digital content, which is so-called emoji, the figures, the small tiny things in your cell phone. So we also have a study on the emoji design. We also have the one study on experiential interaction design, okay, which is also very, very popular now. Next page, we will talk about entrepreneurs. Well, entrepreneurs is not a new subject. We have entrepreneurs at different stage in the history. So here I work with different scholars for the internal factors for the successful entrepreneurs. I also study the internal plus external factors altogether for the sustainable entrepreneurs. Okay, and because of the digital internet, well, the internet startups should be very different from the traditional startups. So next page. Therefore, what are the characters or characteristics of the new startups, the new entrepreneurs? For example, is there any difference regarding age, regarding gender, regarding education? And are the new startups, particularly after internet, tend to be high-tech oriented? Well, these are all the interesting issues that people may want to know. So because of internet, we need new business model. So business model and startup companies and the entrepreneurs. Okay, next page. Fintech. Fintech is also a very promising area, and the fintechs takes all the advanced technologies related to internet to realize the promises of fintech. So fintech should be also a very promising area. I'm currently working on the one paper regarding fintech. Okay, so next comes the conclusion. So today I'm briefly present a short talk. First, mainly focus on internet, and I picked two perspectives. One is on data, and the other one is on the application of internet. And I try to present you some of the potential interesting issues and maybe challenges in research. So I hope that will help our audience, and thank you. Any feedbacks?
Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. The beauty of this world is that everyone can change it. So let's witness this changing world and let us listen to our first panelist, Professor N.D. Mathur, sir. Professor Mathur, Dean JCRC, is a member UGC committee and a very senior assessor in National Assessment and Accreditation Council. We are very eager to hear you, sir. Please. All the mic.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी। खिड़कियां खोल दी हमने लेकिन बहुत देर, खिड़कियां खोल दी हमने लेकिन बहुत देर की, हमें तो यही पता था कि बाहर भी अंधेरा, हमें तो यही पता था कि बाहर भी अंधेरा। फ्रेंड्स, आई एम एक्सट्रीमली थैंकफुल to VM University for having invited me for the panel discussion, and especially today the kind of feeling I'm having is home away from home. The colleagues, the teachers, people from Manipal, people from different institutions and areas, and students and colleagues. So it is a meeting with old friends, Dr. Mehta, Dr. T.K. Jain Sahab, and many others. Anya and Smita and Sarkar Sahab and Nandina Sahab from Manipal, Umal from Manipal. And Vinari. God bless. Now, I've been told to speak on the issue, and the issue is that challenges and issues in economics. When we talk about economics, the economists are not most respected. एक इकोनॉमिस्ट की शादी नहीं हुई थी, उससे पूछा गया, why don't you marry? Well, my degree of freedom will be reduced. सरकार ने एक बार विज्ञापन निकाला, तो कहा कि we need a single-handed economist, because most of the time economists talk like this. On the one hand, it will go like this, and if this assumption doesn't work, then on the other hand, it will go like this. So they said, I want, or we want, a single-handed economist who talks only at one end, not at both the ends. And economics is a discipline which is a very old discipline. Even economics, management is an offshoot of economics. Commerce is also an offshoot of economics. Even finance and marketing and HR, they are all offshoots of economics. You can begin from Kautilya, 320 BC, and then Malthus, 1776, Wealth of Nations, or then, Adam Smith, 1776, Wealth of Nations, or then Alfred Marshall, 1870, Principles of Economics, and then so on, Lionel Robbins, and then Keynes. After 1930, he became very important after economic depression, and then after Keynes, the post-Keynesian world. And so economics is influenced by neoclassicals. Mostly whatever economics we are teaching in India, the framework is neoclassical framework. इसके बाद भी आप अगर आगे आए तो then growth and development became important, and then growth models of Lewis or the growth models of Harrod and Domar, or then the Gunnar Myrdal who talked about Asian drama, and then Amartya Sen, and then Jagdish Bhagwati. There are different schools of thought in economics. But we are influenced by neoclassical. Mostly whatever economics we teach in India, it is neoclassical framework. But as I was saying, that the other disciplines like management or like commerce and then finance, and they're all offshoot. परिवार का आकार जब बढ़ता है धीरे धीरे तो न्यूक्लियर फैमिली बढ़ती जाती है, जैसे नई नई शादियां होती है, नए अलग घर बस जाते हैं, मैनेजमेंट ने अपना अलग घर बसा लिया, कॉमर्स ने अपना अलग घर बसा लिया, फाइनेंस ने, मार्केटिंग ने अपना अलग घर बसा लिया. But the joint family originates from economics. और इसलिए होली दिवाली जब मिलना होता है, जब कई सवालों के जवाब तलाशने होते तो वापस थ्योरेटिकल फ्रेमवर्क इकोनॉमिक्स की तरफ देखने लगते हैं, मैनेजमेंट वाले भी, फाइनेंस वाले, कॉमर्स वाले. Friends, we are living in a flat world economy. The economy is no more round, which has been taught to us in geography. It has become flat. And in this flat world, the 10 important flatteners have made this world flat. The new age creativity, the new age connectivity, workflow softwares, then outsourcing, insourcing, offshoring, supply chain management, and then uploading, downloading, and digital steroids, which we see today. And in this flat world, the things are changing very fast. They are changing as a time shock. Even in 2 years of pandemic, we have seen that things are changing very fast, very rapidly. But what I feel that what are the challenges of economics or the issues in economics are the kind of gaps which are existing and which have not been able to fill those gaps. The first gap I would talk about, the infrastructure gap. That what we teach today in economics in India and what is being taught outside, there is infrastructure gap. We don't provide that much infrastructure to our economics students which our other universities are providing outside. What other schools like the London School of Economics or the Delhi School of Economics or the Chennai School of Economics is providing, we are not able to provide it in our affiliated colleges or universities. The infrastructure gap exists. If you visit the good universities, you will find that what is the gap? What is the gap? I used to visit UGC visits, and when I visit the good universities, I have visited very good universities, even when they are state universities. Jadavpur is a very good university. Symbiosis is a very good Symbiosis School of Economics, skill universities. And you can definitely hardly make out what is the infrastructure there. So we have to provide that infrastructure which we are not able. The another kind of gap is the curriculum gap. There is a lot of difference in the curriculum. Even if the curriculum is same, it is not being delivered in the same way. The curriculum gap is there. And we sometimes are not able to Indianize that curriculum, localize that curriculum, regionalize that curriculum. you need bottle of water. आज के अखबार में मैं पढ़ रहा था टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में कि राजस्थान में जब से क्रूड ऑयल मिला है पर कैपिटा इनकम वाला डिस्ट्रिक्ट बाड़मेर इज द हाईएस्ट पर कैपिटा इनकम डिस्ट्रिक्ट. द इकोनॉमिक स्टूडेंट डजंट नो. सोलर एनर्जी में राजस्थान इज एट द टॉप. The desert which was bane for us has become boon for us now for generating solar energy. So we have not been able to Indianize or localize or regionalize ourselves according to the needs. That customization was necessary. So curriculum gap is there, and there is overemphasis on statistics, overemphasis on mathematics, overemphasis on various other econometrics even. There is so excessive emphasis on econometrics, especially mathematics, that if you go to any conference, there are a number of research papers with different models, with different assumptions and different models, but models are after all models. They are good for the catwalk. They cannot be good housewives like Terry. And unnecessarily they will fit in the model. What can be naturally proved will be proved through models. They are unnecessarily using mathematics and regression, etc. to prove a point which is naturally proved, which is universally proved. That is another important problem. Then friends, the curriculum is not student-centric. मणिपाल यूनिवर्सिटी के लोगों को पता होगा एक कॉन्क्लेव कराया गया था मणिपाल यूनिवर्सिटी में, करिकुलम कॉन्क्लेव. आन्या, डू यू रिमेम्बर करिकुलम कॉन्क्लेव? और उसमें बच्चों को शामिल किया गया पहली बार मणिपाल यूनिवर्सिटी में. द स्टेक होल्डर्स आर द स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो. उनसे पूछा गया कि आप इकोनॉमिक्स में क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं, आप मैनेजमेंट में क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं, आप स्टैटिस्टिक्स में क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं. रिजल्ट्स आर अमेजिंग. हम जो पढ़ाते हैं वो तो स्टूडेंट चाहते ही नहीं. मणिपाल यूनिवर्सिटी में एक और कॉन्सेप्ट है क्लास कमेटी का कॉन्सेप्ट. और क्लास कमेटी जब होती है तो स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर सामने सामने होते हैं. एंड यू विल सरप्राइज दैट वन गर्ल स्टूड अप हु वाज मॉनिटर ऑफ द क्लास एंड शी सेड, माथुर साहब जो पढ़ाते हैं वो तो हमारे काम का ही नहीं है. मैं इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी. मैच ही नहीं करती चीजें. The pricing theory Mathur Sahab is teaching us, that pricing theory doesn't work when the practices are different in the market. बाजार में प्रैक्टिस अलग है और प्राइसिंग थ्योरी जो पढ़ा रहे माथुर साहब वो अलग है. हमारे काम की नहीं है. Why is unnecessarily teaching those things which are not of very use? They are not matching. जब हम बाजार में जाते हैं, अखबार पढ़ते हैं तो लगता है होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स तो घट रहा है, और बाजार में जाते हैं तो कीमत बढ़ती नजर आती है, और अखबार की खबर कहती है कि होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स. Why this mismatch is there? And in front of me that girl said, सर आप क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं, कोई मतलब का ही नहीं है. हमारे फर्स्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट. मोहन तुम ही थी शायद. Exactly, don't remember the name. तो आप इंडिफरेंस कर पढ़ा रहे हैं हमें. अब कहते हैं साहब इधर एक्स है, इधर वाई गुड है, और जहां पर बजट लाइन टच कर जाएगी वहां पर सेटिस्फेक्शन हो जाएगा. हम बाजार जाते हैं तो हमें तो कोई इंडिफरेंस का भी याद आता है, कोई सेटिस्फेक्शन याद आता है. जो कीमत जब देनी पड़ती है, जो माल लेना पड़ता है, where is that satisfaction theory? The consumer equilibrium will exist where the budget line touches the indifference curve, or the slope of the two curves intersect with each other. Where is this matching? When I am buying something, am I doing, as a customer, am I doing the same thing which I am required to do? But मैं तो इकोनॉमिक्स के स्टूडेंट हूँ, और तो कोई नहीं है. चलिए कस्टमर जा रहा है, हर एक नहीं है, तो मैं ही नहीं करती हूँ कभी ऐसा. तो why this mismatch is there? हमें ऐसी इकोनॉमिक्स क्यों पढ़ाई जा रही है? These were the amazing results of the students when the curriculum conclave was done in the and the feedback of the students. And it was eye-opener for us. So this is about the curriculum gap. Then I come to the delivery gap. The third gap is delivery gap. That even if the curriculum is same at Delhi School of Economics or Jaipur School of Economics or JCRC or Manipal, the same curriculum is being taught in different way. यहाँ पढ़ा रहे मैनेजमेंट तो केस स्टडी से पढ़ा रहे हैं और आरटीयू में कोई पढ़ रहा है तो लोगों को केस स्टडी नहीं है। आरटीयू का सिलेबस ऐसा है जैसे वो टेक्स्ट बुक से पढ़ाया जाना हो मैनेजमेंट को, वहां कोई एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन ही नहीं हो रहा है केस। So the same curriculum is being imparted in a different way. And how to deliver, how to convey the knowledge, how the creating knowledge is something different, that is research. But conveying the knowledge, there are different methods of conveying the knowledge. And the most obsolete method still continuing is the same steam engine method, the blackboard method is being used. Teaching economics or teaching mathematics. So delivery gap is there, pedagogy gap is there. जब डिसिप्लिन्स की हम इकोनॉमिक्स जैसे डिसिप्लिन की बात करें, कि मैं रविंद्र ढोलकिया साहब को हमेशा हम जयपुर बुलाते रहे, सुनते रहे। जब भी मैंने उनको सुना, he never uttered a sentence without evidence, without any statistics or without any evidence. It was all research based. हम लोग वेग बात करने लग जाते हैं, बिल्कुल बड़ी चौपड़ जैसी, that we are speaking in at some public place, just vague things, not backed by evidence, not backed by any data. So the pedagogy is different, no research. Our faculty even. The fourth gap I will talk about the faculty, the kind of faculty being which is teaching. Faculty, the qualification के हिसाब से देख लीजिए, तो the kind of faculty teaching at other places or the kind of faculty teaching at some other places. Sometimes you find that the better faculty is teaching in the private institutions than the state institutions or the central institutions. So the faculty gap is also there. Their qualification gap is there. कई जगह आपको non-PhDs ज़्यादा मिलेंगे, जबकि research ready faculty मिलनी चाहिए. So most qualified faculty must be there. What is happening in, because the expansion of education is resulted to what? That good teachers are costly teachers, but bad teachers are much more. The institution even they are much more costly. But in order to save money, certain institutions are doing it, and they are not. Their teachers are underpaid, and that is the crime. In fact, that is punished. That is the crime that what is being done in the name of saving them. Then friends, the achievement gap. And I'm talking about the student achievement. I'm talking about the stakeholders achievement. That even in the same class, the male achievement and female achievement is different. The person who has, the student who has come from rural background, his achievement is different. Who has come from urban background, his achievement is different. So achievement gap is also there. What is the outcome? These days we talk about outcome-based education, and the outcome for different persons are different. And there can be male-female difference, there can be rural-urban difference, there can be English knowing, non-English knowing difference. These are different. The subjects which are very rigid, and economics is one of them. Economics is one of them, which is a very rigid subject. The less flexibility there. Economists are very rigid. Economists से कहिए आपकी एक महिला जो काम करती है घर में, उसको प्रोडक्शन में क्यों नहीं शामिल करते हैं? इसकी आपकी GNP की डेफिनेशन है that goods produced in a year. GNP is monetary value of the annual goods produced in a country every year. Now goods have been produced. Why don't you include in the national income? एक पाउडर बनाने वाली कंपनी अगर मिल्क पाउडर बना रही है, that is part of national income. और एक माँ अपने बच्चे को दूध पिला रही है, it is not part of national. Surrogate mother's contribution is part of national income, but the actual mother's contribution is not part of national income. Because surrogate mother is being paid for. Can you not give a shadow rental value to it? But we are very rigid. We will talk about transfer pricing at that time. We'll talk about opportunity cost. That activity doesn't have opportunity cost and will not include. That rigidity is there. And when the subject becomes very rigid, what happens? This rigidity, nowadays, there is death of discipline. Where is the discipline now? अब तो CBCS का जमाना, अंग्रेजी का बच्चा भी इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ सकता है, इंजीनियरिंग का बच्चा भी इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ सकता है, मेडिकल का बच्चा भी इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ सकता है। और हम जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आती है, आ गई है, उसमें तो अब ये वर्ण व्यवस्था खत्म हो गई है, साइंस, इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिकल की। ये वर्ण व्यवस्था है ही नहीं, अब तो CBCS है, कोई सा भी सब्जेक्ट होती है। She is dealing with liberal arts, कुछ भी तो नहीं उस liberal arts में। तो where is the one व्यवस्था in the education now? We should be liberal enough. We should be flexible enough. एक जो पढ़ना चाहता है वो पढ़े। मेडिकल का बच्चा भी इकोनॉमिक्स की उसको जरूरत है, कॉस्ट रिडक्शन में, कहीं बाईपास सर्जरी की कॉस्ट रिडक्शन में, तो उसको भी पढ़नी चाहिए इकोनॉमिक्स। अगर इंजीनियरिंग के बच्चे को भी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़नी है, तो उसको भी इंजीनियरिंग वाले बच्चे को भी पढ़नी चाहिए। अगर साइंस के बच्चे को भी चाहिए किसी काम के लिए इकोनॉमिक्स की जानकारी, तो उसको भी पढ़नी चाहिए। ऊपर इलेक्टिव सारे तो आ ही गए। The days are not far now. नहीं आए तो आ जाएंगे। So there is death of discipline, but still there is lack of interdisciplinarity. We have not allowed the management to open up गया, economics तो पीछे रह गया, because they have allowed every good subject to enter in. Psychology को भी उन्होंने आने दिया, mathematics को भी उन्होंने आने दिया, उन्होंने history को भी आने दिया, history, और उन्होंने हर subject का स्वागत किया, जो subject उनके management discipline को आगे बढ़ा। But economics rigidity की वजह से मैनेजमेंट के पीछे रह गया, क्यों रह गया? Because we did not allow the subject. Interdisciplinarity को अंदर नहीं आने दिया, and that is the, I think the biggest mistake of it. So Indian economy is a very diversified economy, and we have not Indianized our curriculum. That is another important problem. Then blind adoption of colonial conventions. ब्रिटिश मॉडल को हम लाए, न्यू क्लासिकल मॉडल को हम लाए। एक जो नुकसान सबसे ज्यादा इकोनॉमिक को वो एकेडमिक इनब्रीडिंग से। व्हाट इज एकेडमिक इनब्रीडिंग? कि हमने स्कूल ऑफ थॉट चलाए। दिस इज जगदीश भगवती स्कूल ऑफ थॉट, दिस इज जोसेफ स्टिग्लिट्ज स्कूल ऑफ थॉट, दिस इज अमर्त्य सेन स्कूल ऑफ थॉट। तो ये एकेडमिक इनब्रीडिंग है। जो आदमी जगदीश भगवती चेयर पे बैठा है, वो उसी की थ्योरी को आगे बढ़ाएगा, वो नई रिसर्च करते हैं उसमें नई थ्योरी नहीं लाएगा, तो उसको तो उसी आइडिया को आगे बढ़ा। And that has created a great loss to economics, because lot of academic inbreeding is there. And the real world observations and what is being taught, there is a wide gap between the promises and the performance. There is wide gap between the observations which we see at the real world and what is being taught in the. वहाँ हम competitive world की theories पढ़ा रहे हैं कि सब perfect competition होगा, then डिमांड एंड सप्लाई मिलेंगे तो प्राइस डिटरमिन हो जाएगी। तो पता तो ये लग रहा है कि वो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन होने ही नहीं दिया। द लॉ ऑफ डिमांड डजंट ऑपरेट। व्हाई? बिकॉज़ कहीं कुछ कार्टेल बन गया, किसी को एंटर नहीं होने दिया, किसी के लिए बैरियर खड़े कर दिए, कहीं ओलिगोपोली आ गई, एंड अल्टीमेटली द थ्योरी डजंट। सो द रियल वर्ल्ड ऑब्जर्वेशन इज डिफरेंट एंड व्हाट इज बीइंग टॉट इज। Then theoretical versus applied economics, and there is development of heterodox theories in curriculum. I'll just finish in 2-3 minutes. Then evaluation methods. Mostly our evaluation methods are based on cramming. They are based on final written examination, and we have not developed the evaluation method which evaluates his continuous performance, which evaluates his creativity, which evaluates his critical thinking. Economics में हमने उसकी critical thinking को evaluate करने के लिए, उसकी applied part को evaluate करने के लिए हमने कुछ इजाद नहीं, कुछ नया इजाद नहीं। वही final exam method और वही cramming का method आज तक चलता आ रहा है, and that has created a havoc in economics. Competitive market-based theories in the real world is non-competitive. The theories are based on the competitive market, and that doesn't match. So for portraying the accurate picture, the economics must come closer to the real. Our socio-economic problems are different. We are struggling from last many years, last many decades, struggling from poverty, struggling from unemployment, struggling from inequalities, and economics has not been able to answer these questions from last 5-6 decades. दूसरे पंचवर्षीय योजना में, तीसरी पंचवर्षीय योजना में, पांचवी छठी सब में हमने पावर्टी को एलोकेशंस बढ़ाते गए, but poverty is still, unemployment is still persistent, inequality is still persistent. हम न तो आय की असमानताओं को दूर कर पाए, न गरीबी को दूर कर पाए, न बेरोजगारी की समस्या से दूर पाए. Then what we are doing in economics के पास अगर solution नहीं है, तो are we just analyzers then? We are only analyzing. ठीक है, ऐसा होगा तो ऐसा होगा. In this situation, हिसाब इतना % NPA, इतना बैंकिंग का क्रेडिट है, और ये जो है ये डेटा इन्फ्लेशन का है, ये CPI का है. Are we only data analytics person? Can we not give any solution within economics to the problem of the country? Then look at the academic inbreeding I am talking about. It's kind of textbooks. Samuelson की economics की किताब का 19 edition आ चुके हैं, 19th edition. वही टेक्स्ट बुक्स चल रही. मेनकी की किताब है, सैमुअलसन की किताब है, डॉनवुड की मैक्रो की किताब है, सेल्वाटोर की किताब है, स्टिग्लिट्ज की किताब है, डिक्रिज रोबर्टी की किताब है, और वही किताबें चल रही हैं. वी आर नॉट चेंजिंग. Same textbooks. And textbooks are not research-based textbooks. Especially, we need the vital skills, data analytics, creativity, critical thinking, and economics come in, enter in, so that our curriculum can be a better way. Friends, I think I have spoken much. The CBSES pattern I have already talked about. We must come out with the modules, customized modules. For engineers, we must come out with project management modules. For others, we should come with management persons, we should come with managerial economics modules, or for mathematics persons, we should come out with data analytics modules, or for civil engineers, we must come with economics of construction, or for others, we should come for cost cutting and cost control. Research ऐसी होनी चाहिए जो पॉलिसी इम्प्लीकेशन को प्रभावित करे. मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई, कल का मैं अखबार पढ़ रहा था, हमारी अंग्रेजी विभाग की एक पीसी चौधरी करके है राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी की, उन्होंने ट्रांसजेंडर्स पे कुछ काम किया, और राजस्थान सरकार की जो ट्रांसजेंडर की पॉलिसी बनी है, दैट पॉलिसी इज बेस्ड ऑन द रिसर्च शेयर पीसी चौधरी. तो पॉलिसी इन्फ्लुएंसिंग रिसर्च होनी, जो नीतियों को प्रभावित कर सके, ऐसी रिसर्च होनी चाहिए. ऐसी रिसर्च नहीं होनी चाहिए जो रिसर्च सेक्शन के बाहर जमी रहे और उनको कोई देखने वाला भी नहीं हो, उनको धूल झाड़ने हो. ऐसी रिसर्चेस जो है, दे शुड बी एनकरेज्ड. फ्रेंड्स, आई विल क्लोज बाय अनदर उर्दू कपलेट. कि प्रोफेसरी के प्रोफेशन में ये फलसफा पाया हमने, प्रोफेसरी के प्रोफेशन में ये फलसफा पाया हमने, जो बात खुद नहीं समझे उसे औरों को समझाए.
Thank you so much, sir. What great words. And this reminds me of my teacher saying that economics is the mother. You cannot sustain without understanding your own economy. And why not? It's interdisciplinary. We have health economics, we have energy economics, we have economics for law, engineering economics. It's always a delight, sir. And aapki shairi to is always a cherry on the cake. Thank you so much. So may I now take the opportunity to invite our next speaker for this panel discussion, Dr. Manoranjan Sharma, sir. Dr. Sharma is a chief economist, Informatics Rating Delhi. He was the chief economist at Canara Bank for 17 years. Sir is globally recognized as an expert in Indian economy, banking, MSME sectors, financial inclusion, etc. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I will structure my talk here for about 15 minutes in 2 parts. First, Dr. Mathur has been a long-standing friend, but I do not agree. So let me put the record straight. He stressed a great deal on infrastructure gap, but having had some exposure to the kind of educational facilities, the kind of infrastructure that we have in the educational system in the country and both abroad, I've been the first person to agree that there is a very significant, discernible difference in the kind of infrastructure facility that we have in India or let us say Europe or America. But my submission is infrastructure is the means to an end. It is not the end in itself. So despite having deficient infrastructure, you could still excel. Let me quote one sentence which my father often says. My father was a professor for about 35, 40 years, both in India and abroad, and he did PhD from the University of Edinburgh way back in 1966 in linguistics, which is still considered to be something a rocket science. About 60 years back, it was even far more important. So my father always asked a very simple but fundamental question. आखिरी में मुझे ये बताइए पढ़ता कौन है? बच्चा पढ़ता है या स्कूल पढ़ता है? So I think that is also a very powerful thought, and we could explain this, we could substantiate this thesis with examples of, let us say, a few Nobel Prizes in economics, persons like Abhijit Banerjee, who got 2 years back, Jagdish Bhagwati didn't get a Nobel Prize, but then Amartya Sen and Dr. Mathur mentioned, maybe others by studying in Columbia, by studying in Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Oxford, they had the benefit of better education, but still. So I rest my case here. I'll come to some contemporary issues. My basic point is that if you look at things in a proper historical and comparative perspective, you'll find that there are elements of both continuity and change in this kind of a thing. If you look at the Indian scenario for last 55, 7,500 years, everywhere now there's a talk of this Amrit period in Indian economy, Indian society. So from the period 1900 to 1950, there's virtually stagnation in the Indian economy, with the economy growing by 0.3%, almost flat, no change. The first 5-year plan by India gained independence 1947, started on a process of planned development in 1950, and the first 5-year plan initiated, identified the goal of economic planning in India to bring about a standard improvement in the standards of living. Now, if you look at things over the last 75 years, what you find is that this central objective of planning to improve standards of living of people all over the country has 4 basic components: growth, modernization, self-reliance, and social justice. To my mind, these 4 issues capture the sum and substance of the kind of Indian planning development we have in the last 75 years. If I go into all these, it will be a separate issue. So given the, I just highlight some very not so encouraging aspects of the Indian planning, why there's need for a paradigm shift, some kind of an out-of-box, innovative thinking. As I said, till 1900 to 1950, we're in a virtual stagnation. 1950 to even 1980, the Indian economy grew by a rate of compounded CAGR of 3.5%. When the Indian population was growing at a rate of about 2.2, 2.3 largely. That means the incremental change in per capita income was 1.2%. Hardly significant. So this is why we mentioned name of some Indian professors. Let me also mention one who's largely based in Delhi, Professor Raj Krishna, who's one of the most famous professors. He dubbed this kind of a 3.5 growth rate in income when the population was growing at 2.3, 2.2% into rate of growth. And this became a subject of ridicule, not just in India, but even elsewhere. There are issues of MSME development, inequality, poverty, financial inclusion. financial inclusion, I'm told, I think maybe coming up for discussion, but then sometimes it is looked at that both in the Indian and the global context, it's a new concept, but my submission is that's not a new. If you look at the American War of Independence, the first sentence of that American War of Independence, I think it's written on the floor in that Jefferson Museum in New York. We start with the premise that all men are created. Men in a wider sense, no gender bias here, all people. But traditionally, we have, when you say men, it includes women. All men are created equal. Similarly, one of the most powerful speakers, John F. Kennedy, when he made his famous inaugural address, 1961, and very powerful speech, still considered one of the most powerful. He said, if a free society cannot protect the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. So this has a long tradition, even in case of India, IRDP program, SGSY program, other initiatives in the banking sector, differential rate of interest programs. They focus on aspects of financial inclusion, but then obviously this has the sharper focus. The roadmap ahead is that we have to look at growth and distributive equity. Important work has been done, and this is not just in the interest of those vulnerable, marginalized sections of society. A very eminent professor of Harvard, who is originally from India, from Bangalore, he died, I think, about 6-7 years. I request this enlightened audience that I think it may be available on print, otherwise it's available easily in paperback. And that book by C.K. Prahlad, Professor Prahlad, is called Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. So this has become bottom of the pyramid, a catchword all over the world. And he has demonstrated that if we are able to carry the large section of the people which has, it is not just in the benefit of those identified, vulnerable, marginalized, deprived sections, it is also lead to larger social, transformational, national, global good. So going ahead, I think growth is important, but aspects of distributive equity. When I say aspects of distributive equity, that means we don't look at growth in terms of mere quantitative parameters. Professor Mathur said GDP growth, all those per capita income. We are also looking at aspects which are significant, distributional implications, aspects such as poverty, aspects such as unemployment, aspects such as inequality. So my basic point is that the size of the national cake has to grow. No dispute about it. Obviously, it's important. But the slices of the national cake has also to be distributed in a more equitable and a more even manner. Thank you. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You made me think in a very different way. Thank you. May I now take the opportunity to call our third speaker for this panel discussion, Ms. Mithali Garg, ma'am, Additional DCP and Executive Magistrate in North District of Jaipur Commissionerate. Ma'am has also been awarded Indoor Best Cadet during police training at Rajasthan Police Academy, Jaipur. Ma'am, the floor is on. Thank you.
I guess I'm audible. So, good afternoon, all the esteemed members, the keynote speakers, the panelists, the dean, patron, and the convener of this international conference that has been organized today. And most important, before I forget, the enthusiastic students of UEM who need an applause right now, I guess. They are so enthusiastic, and I really want that their participation should be there in my session. And they should learn what is the police aspect or maybe the law enforcement aspect, So it is my perception. I hope I add value to this international conference. And before I go ahead, I really want to thank you because really it's an honor to be a part of this conference. And most of all, I would like to appreciate UEM and the University of Taiwan that they have shown their vision by taking up this topic, which is very much relevant today. Well, the pre-COVID blows to the economy that were there, slowdown in the 2017, 2018, and 2019. And eventually, we were pushed into this dreadful disease pandemic. And later on, now when the world was recovering gradually, when we talk today in this conference, we are very much witnessing a dreadful war between Russia and Ukraine. So blows after blows to the economy. And we need to find out, well, I believe that such international conferences would help us to brainstorm. And as Sir Madhur sir said, it is not mere analysis. We have to find out some out-of-box suggestions, solutions to our problem. It is high time we have been discussing with the problems. Now we have to come out with this. But at the onset, I would like to mention here that I belong to the law enforcement wing of the state government of Rajasthan and the police department. And I also happen to be a student of economics since my school days. And I have immense liking for this subject. And I quite agree with Madhur sir where he has mentioned some very relevant things which are very contemporary as far as the subject economics is concerned. And I have started believing over the years that when we talk about economic development of a place, there is one factor that is very relevant at all times, and that is the security. Security, when I talk, is internal and external security of the place. And it will be relevant every time we talk about economic development. And so I begin myself with this very important paradoxical relationship between economic development and security. So students, you would appreciate a thing that economic development and security, they are in a paradoxical and a very ironical situation and relationship with each other. They are mutually complementary to each other. One caters to the development, to the improvement, improvisation of the other. If there is economic development, security measures would be enhanced, improved, and bettered, and vice versa. But at the same time, though they are complementary, they are also contradictory. If we increase expenditure on the economic development, our security kind of suffers, or rather vice versa. If our militarization increases and security expenses increase, that amount of money that was expected for our development has been curtailed. So they are kind of into a contradictory relationship with each other. So this is a very paradoxical situation and relationship that intricates. And when I talk about it, I will mention that the biggest danger to the economic development of a country, and particularly India and the world also, is the internal security threats that appear randomly time and again. You must have read the newspapers. We read about Naxals. We read about various fastest agitation. Most of you have read about the Gujarat agitation, the Taj agitation, the casteist agitation, and very recently the farmer agitation. No issues are not about the politics of this. We are talking about just the economy. What harm they cause to the economy? You won't believe the harm that statistically goes into the Google and into the figures of magazines and the Economic Times and all these magazines is just partial to what the real figures are. And to quote the figures, Gujarat agitation had 350 crores lost, and of which 156 crores only to the railway. But honestly, the damage caused was much more than that has been mentioned. Similar was the case with the farmer agitation. Well, the Naxalism has hampered the economically resourceful states of Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, and Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. They have not achieve the desired level of economic development. They were potentially rich state, but could not. And why the paradise on earth is still paradise, not even in papers. This is because of the fact that the potential of Jammu and Kashmir could not be harnessed to its maximum because it has been infested with terrorism time and again. So, what the point I want to make is that the effect of internal disturbances are immense. And as Sir said, that creates an infrastructure gap. Mathur Sir had mentioned this is one of the primary reasons why Gujarat has a per capita income that is far, far ahead than a state like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh. So this infrastructure gap or the per capita income gap also breeds to all achievement gaps, as you mentioned, sir. This leads to these gaps. The internal security and the law and order, the governance are key important factors for the economic development. Apart from that, other economic issues, as we are discussing today, like industrial development suffers, tourism suffers. Obviously, the brand value of the state suffers in front of the foreigners or the local tourists, and definitely that hampers tourist and hospitality industry. And the social infrastructure, as Sir said, the education, there's a lot of gap, and there is also unemployment, and the entire peace and tranquility of the state suffers, which eventually percolates in the hampering of the economic development of the country. So this internal security is really a threat that is a challenge and an issue that has to be solved. And apart from that, the counterpart, I would say, the external security threat. Well, the world is presently economically bleeding. You would agree with me, students, because we are into the war, and so many days ago, nobody would imagine that we would be living and having this international conference amidst a war that is going on in the world. It is really hard to believe. And the world is a global village, we all know. And war in one part of the world is definitely affecting us as well. Well, we are affected because Russia, it supplies almost 18 to 20% of world's wheat, 13% of crude oil, apart from defense equipment India is dependent on. And to your astonishment, I would like to bring it to your notice that approximately 90% of our army requirements, equipment requirements, are from Russia, and the Navy requirements 41%. So this is a huge number. That means a war in a part of a country, of the world, affects the other parts, maybe even worse, in the worst ways. Apart from that, Ukraine is also one of the leading exporters of wheat and crude oil and natural gas that is produced in Russia. So overall, the point which I want to make is that these countries are fighting for some political reasons, and the suffering is percolating to the economies of the world. We have seen global slowdown that has been worsened by this war. Apart from the market crashes which we have witnessed in the past few days, inflation has increased. And as we talk about inflation, recently I read in a magazine that with every 10 rupee to $10 increase in price of crude oil, 10 rupee barrel per barrel, if there is a 10 rupee increase in the $10 increase in the price of crude oil, that increases 0.5% inflation in India. This figure has been quoted by RBI. So this is a huge, huge burden of inflation that might be seen in the times to come. Well, the supply and majorly the projects that were there in the pipeline, they have all suffered, their cost has increased, and it is going to be really tough times. And now, if we talk about internal and external security, we are being scrutinized and monitored by various international agencies. We cannot go scot-free. There are certain agencies like the Global Peace Index compiled by the Institute of Economics and Peace. We all have heard about, which mentions 163 independent countries have studied in it and 23 parameters. However, it is very astonishing that India holds 159th rank. This is disheartening. But then the countries like Afghanistan, I would name them and you would understand what the point I want to make. Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, South Sudan, Yemen, Congo, Libya, Somalia, and Russia. these countries, they have hold the last 10 positions in the global peace index. Major reason is that these countries have a large economic cost of GDP on violence. They have to cater to this requirement of internal security. So major chunk is going to the security measures to maintain peace, and the development is being curtailed. So this point of mine is that we have to concentrate and get over this internal and external security by a strategic way out. How this has to be compensated and how this damage can be overcome, this has to be taken care of. And if I am to mention another important challenge that the world is facing right now, and especially India, it is the unemployment. Sir has already mentioned about it. I would add some figures to it. The NSSO mentioned that all-time 45 years high, 6.3% was reported in the pre-COVID time. That means there was a slowdown before COVID. And now, during the COVID, it went to 23%. That is really very high. It is very shocking and disturbing to the extent that even today it is 7%, fallen from 23%, but it is still high than many countries in the world. And it is really very shocking and disheartening for especially youth of today. They're studying and they'll be in the employment market seeking jobs, and there are no jobs. This is again an astonishing feature that the government jobs have turned coveted. And I was reading somewhere that these have become so coveted these days, despite the very fact that according to CMIE, 53 million unemployed are there as per December 2021 statistics. And government jobs cannot cater even 10% of what the unemployment percentage. And that is why we hear sporadic cases of, we have heard on 25th January, there was violence in Bihar because of some railway recruitment process that was there conducted. In the last 2 years, there was some technical recruitment process that was going on, and that had some technical glitches which the students did not find correct, and they burned many trains and all. So unemployment breeds to these issues of violence, sporadic violence. This have to be taken care of. So friends, what my point is that these challenges, what the economy is facing, be it inflation, agricultural indebtedness, or our weak infrastructure, the gaps in the infrastructure, or the achievements in the achievement gap, or the per capita income gap, the enormous fiscal deficits which the countries are facing, and the rural indebtedness, they all are linked to each other, so much so that we cannot draw watertight impact. They lead one into the other. But again, these are the problems. And as the saying says, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And for the economists that Sir would appreciate, it is when the economy gets tough, the economist gets going. So the brainstorming which is going on here is an evidence of the fact that we have started, we have geared up, and now we won't leave any stone unturned. And there are definitely happy signs in the economy. You can see the V-shaped recovery. Sorry. We can see that healing has begun in the economy. Apart from that, the post-COVID recovery, the GDP has improved on the statistics. But the government needs harsh decisions that are pro-economic and not political decisions. Because if we go by that, then the economy somewhere or the other suffers a lot. Then the government needs to prioritize what are the priority and core areas that need to be taken care of. Then the vacuum of trade that has been created with China must be capitalized by, excuse me. This must be capitalized by promoting self-reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat, of course, and sustainable growth, startups, and etc. So although the times are tough, but present times are transformative. Hence, echo of sustained recovery should be assured. Thank you so much.
much, ma'am, for making us realize this wonderful integration of security and economics that we as economists, maybe we do not very frequently realize. So now the floor is open for questions. Any questions to our panelists? We have students, we have research scholars, we have faculties, and economics is something that cannot be without questioning. Any questions?
I have a question. Dr. Nasser, looking to the present economic condition of the country, as you have mentioned that the inflation rate is increasing. There is a tough competition at the global level. And of course, there are a lot of political pressures also. And the country is experiencing resource crunch also. So looking to the present economic scenario, what are your predictions that where the India will stand in 2030 as far as the economic perspective is concerned?
I don't think that this scenario is deep. Indian economy is doing very well, especially if you look at the GST collections and the revenue collections and the first revenue data, you will find that the collection is very good. And not only 2030, but I predict that even 2 years the scenario will definitely change. What is actually required is that pandemic was the bottleneck, pandemic was the barrier. Otherwise, we would have been at a different place in last 2 years. If our economy has performed at a clear level. What is required is the strict regulation. हम कहते हैं कि भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था जो है वो ठीक से काम नहीं कर रही है, लेकिन what is beyond capitalism? We have tried everything. We tried public sector, and we found that public sector is not working well, and there has been wide gap between promises and performance of the public sector, and we shifted from the dominantly socialistic economy to dominantly capitalistic economy in 1991. So if this globalization model also doesn't work, if this LPG model also doesn't work, where we have developed a consensus between UPA and the NDA both want that the reform process should continue. And if this globalization model doesn't work, then what is beyond this capitalism then? So we are the mixed economy, which is in which more private sector and less there. So the answer lies in strict regulation. That our regulating agencies should not only use the wisdom tooth, they should also use the biting teeth. That wherever the distortions are there, that distortion should be caught by the regulating agencies, and they should use their biting teeth so that the strict control is there. आखिर कंट्रोल नहीं होगा तो जो डिस्टॉर्शंस हो रहे हैं आप कहते हैं सब बाजार अपने आप करेक्ट हो जाएगा या the market will automatically correct. Market is not automatically correct. If the market is not working well, if market is creating distortions, it is the responsibility of the state, it is the responsibility of the regulating agencies. They should come forward and they should place the market at it. Then what is your place? The government cannot be a silent market.
Unfortunately, the judiciary system is also under pressure of the government and the political parties. So the present, as far as the present situation is concerned, as far as the judiciary is concerned, it is under tremendous pressure of the political party who is in power.
I think the answer lies in that if the tremendous pressure of political parties are there, the answer lies in the elections. That political party will be thrown out. The people have thrown out. The Congress and the BJP both from the Punjab, and the third party is Ka. That is the answer.
Thank you so much, sir. We have one more question.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Am I audible? Oh, it's not required to. Oh, no. I'll do it without the mic. So what I intended to ask is, over the past 2 decades or so, when we look backwards in the history here, the nature and complexion of the economy around the world has been significantly changed. At one point of time, it is the primary sector, like the agriculture, dominant. Subsequently, the brick and mortar took over.
the modern industry. That is the problem. And now it is the knowledge sector and the services sector which is dominant. So are we seeing the same kinds of challenges affecting the economy, or is the nature of the challenges changing with time? Probably we are not seeing the same set of challenges which used to affect us 10 years before, 20 years.
Yeah, thank you. I got it. I think the challenges and the issues, they go on changing. When the phases are changing or the time is changing, the challenges are also changing. As you said that earlier, we had the modern agriculture economy was the dominant economy. Then the brick and mortar system, the manufacturing economy became important, and now the 60% contribution comes from service sector. So definitely, when the service sector is there, now what is exactly being there? That the many kind of dichotomies have created, the challenges have changed. The service sector, which is contributing 60% in GDP, is contributing hardly 15% in employment. Unemployment is there. And the agricultural sector, which is contributing least in GDP, it is contributing highest in employment still. So the challenges are different now. And when the challenges are different, they have to be addressed in a different way. And we have to find out the solutions how to address them. So definitely when the challenges relate to service sector, how we can make the service sector, which is highest GDP contributing sector, how to make it most employment generating sector also, that is a great challenge and we have to address it. Similarly, there are many other changes of this time. Post-pandemic challenges are different. The challenges come to the health sector now. So the education and distribution is shifted to health sector. So challenges go on changing and we have to address in different way every time when they are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the question. One more. Please go ahead.
Madam, there is a question that there are different international financial organizations. There are different international financial organizations, and they are imposing different laws internationally, and our country also affected by it. Right now, we know that the Russians, as well, they are affected by the monetary transaction from other countries due to the restrictions. They are starting to evaluate their ruble with gold, and it will affect the dollar transaction and etc. So, what means, is there any chance for India to create something so that they can to create some of the philosophy, Indian philosophy in the financial or economic sector, so that India can evaluate themselves in their own, not depending on any IMF or any other organization?
He is talking about in the financial institutions, and especially in terms of the sanctions which have been imposed by the America on the USA on Russia. And we are also affected because we have taken a line which is an independent line. We are neither to this side nor to that side, and we have created a line in which we independent foreign policy. And definitely it shows that we have started to become independent. It shows that we have taken a line which shows that India is self-sufficient. Even if there are sanctions, we don't bother for it. And if you see the changes are there, the defense equipment which we were not making earlier, now 46% of our defense requirement, it is coming from within the country, and we are exporting the defense equipment, and we are defense equipment exporting country. I think that is a sign that we are moving towards an economy in which our foreign policy will not be affected by these sanctions or will not be affected by heads of any other country, and we can go.
Thank you. One question for Mitali ma'am, specifically, one of the participants has said it. So basically, government jobs are now converted for stability. So what do you think, how stable is sustainable is that?
Well, as I mentioned that in post-COVID, it was realized that the government jobs are more stable than the private sector. And the facts and figures show this very much because there was a 46% curtailment in the manufacturing sector, so to say. And this was a shocking figure for the manufacturing sector as well. And But post-COVID, when we are in the recovery stage, as I mentioned, the CMIE has mentioned that out of the 53 million unemployment the figure that has been given by them, not even 10% can be fulfilled by those vacancies, not only of what 10% could be fulfilled by the government sector. So the government sector is not good enough to cater to the this complete requirement of employment. So I think, despite the very fact that the stability makes it coveted in these post-pandemic times, but the government sector is definitely not ready to fulfill the requirement of employment, and we have to much depend upon the other sectors, be it manufacturing or be it services sector. So I guess it answers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, I thank everyone for being a part of this panel discussion. And I now request Dr. Leena to take over the stage and moderate the second panel. Thank you so much.
Well, previous session was honestly a thought-provoking session for us. We got various insights on subject to this topic. And since the theme of conference is combined of both management and economics, we would like to continue the second panel. We have amongst us a distinguished speaker from the various fields of management, and the time has been given because our session has been sandwiched between the lunch time and the session, so we would like to compile it within the prescribed time. So we will try to wind up within 2:30 with the permission of chairs. And before we start the session, I would like to invite the first panelist for the session to take the dais so that we can start the discussion. We have Professor Anil Mehta, presently working as professor in the management from Department of Legal Studies, Vanasri Vidyapeeth, and his vast academic profile can't be covered in few lines, honestly, sir. But we would value his expertise in the coming session for 10-15 minutes, just because of the time constraints in the area of HR training and ethics delivery. So I would like to request the Vice Chancellor of UEM, Professor Vishjoy Chatterjee, to please welcome sir with a pre-greeting. Thank you, sir. Second panelist for the day is Mr. Saurav Ghoshal, is presently Deputy Manager RCM Consulting India. With his vast corporate profile, he has been associated with big companies like IBM, Birlasoft, Binary, Semantics, Convergys, Polar Software. The list is plenty. So we would be listening in the coming few minutes ago. We would be listening about his managerial and corporate experience related to the recent changes in the management. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite the Registrar of UEM, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, sir, to welcome him with a brief. Thank you, sir. Another panelist, what I should say, a few lines are very sufficient, not very sufficient for me to cover. My professor, whom I have taken the training when I was student in UK, Professor Dr. Arvind Kalia. Thank you, sir. And currently, sir is mentoring in a leading media house of Rajasthan and also taking the management lessons and giving the consultancies related to his field of marketing. So we say him the marketing guru in his. So I would like to invite Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma, the convener of the conference, to welcome sir. Preeti. One more panelist is about to join. DK Jain sir will join within 5-10 minutes. So I will introduce and welcome him there and then. Before we proceed, let me start with just a single quote because I was inspired with Mathur sir's diary. So I thought that I could also contribute, but it's not my word. It is a famous quote from Nida Fadil. He said that "Safar mein dhoop to hogi, jo chal sako to chalo. Sabhi hai bheed mein, तुम भी निकल सको तो चलो इधर उधर कई मंजिल है चल सको तो चलो बने बनाए साचे हैं जो ढल सको तो ढलो because this theme very much relates to the topic of the conference, that is the contemporary issues and the challenges in the field of management, and the group, that is the challenge, the bheed is the competition that we face, and manzil is the direction that these panelists will be giving. And Sache, yes, we have the panelists. They will let us know what could be done in the situation of management. So to proceed further, I would like to invite to give insight on the field of marketing. Kalia sir. So, sir, when we talk about marketing, we say your most unhappy customers are your greatest source of learning. And I would like, or even our audience would like to know that how marketing could be a contemporary issue and the challenges in the current field. What is yours?
Thank you, Leena. I think we start with customer and end with customer, and customer is everything. इसी पे ही चलना है. And the most important thing for the customer, whether he likes you or she likes you, or he dislikes you or she dislikes you, the thing is that you give him or her the best experience. Forget about your ego. Forget about your awards that you have won. Forget about your past. Forget about your position in the company, whether you are a national head, or country head, or small head. For you, it is always a customer, and ensure him very good experience. He or she should feel very, very happy. People don't remember that whom you met, how big that personality was. They remember only once 20 years goes down, or maybe 30 years go down, the experience that you give it to them. So nowadays you must be having that in the marketing field. One new line has come, or one new, you can say, specialization is emerging, that is experience fund. And it is taught from months together. And in our company at Rajasthan Patrika here, we are teaching very extensively experience marketing. Just ensure good experience. And your enemies are not like a person here. They are on some issues. Okay, just identify those issues, just address them, ensure good experience, and the people will give you. There are a number of examples, but time has limitations here. So I give it to Lina.
Thank you, sir. since we have the panelists from the HR expert, we call Mehta sir. So in HR, the Steve Jobs said that it is not about money. It is about the people you have and how you are led. So if you could give an insight on how HR could be the challenge in contemporary issues.
Very true, Lena, that HR is extremely important. Professor Kalia has just mentioned that the only thing that is very important is customer delight, customer pleasure, and we have to serve the customer. Within the organization also, the same concept applies that within HR, you can apply this marketing that people working in the organizations and the departments, they are the internal customer. We have to serve every stakeholder, be the stakeholder is from outside or from the inside. And ultimately, it is the quality of your services, your behavior that really matters. And secondly, that in this globalized world where every organization is having the equal opportunity to get the best resources, whether it is finance, whether it is technology, or even the market. Everyone is at par. All the earlier competitive edges have neutralized. So, what one factor can make a difference? Certainly, it is the quality of your human resources, your competence, your commitment and dedication to serve your stakeholders, internal or external, and your spirit to work as a team. That really matters. And this particular factor, that is your human resources, may provide you a strong competitive edge for any organization. Certainly, technology cannot substitute and will not substitute the human resources that works in the organization.
Thank you, sir. Now, based on the experience of the Indian companies, there is a report being done by Antel, the staffing company. They said that 73% of Indian companies, they are hiring professionals and managers, one of the highest worldwide. This is the report after the COVID pandemic 2021. And 98% of Indian companies, they prefer face-to-face interaction with the business contact. Right? And we are talking about online interviews. So, sir, would take and first from directly who are hiring into and who are in the Saurabh, sir. Yes. From the corporate perspective, if you would.
Okay. We in HR, in HRM, hiring has always been face to face. As you see, all for the pandemic, it was all face to face. The first or the second round, HR round, we looked at over the phone. But after that, the future employee, the prospective employee would come to the company and give it. But what we saw in the pandemic time of the 2 years that we had, that there was a major change, the shift. Everything was moved from, face to face or physical on the physical plane to the virtual plane. And HR had to evolve into to the level that they started interviewing and all the rounds of interview that were done virtually through calls and Teams meetings and video meetings. And after that, even the onboarding was done virtually. So what happened when I had joined the company that I'm working for? I went to the company, I walked inside the office, I saw how the office was, I saw how the environment was, and then I had a mindset that okay, this company is like this, and I see the structure, I see people walking on and off. So being at the office itself, one would get an idea. But in a virtual hiring, everything is virtual. You don't get to see your company, the place you to work. So you just form a kind of an image of what the company is going to look. What
came into help in this kind of situation is that very quickly some of the HR teams designed what to say VR, that is virtual reality, and walk through virtual reality. They recreated the offices in a virtual reality platform, and when the employee was interviewed, it happened so that he had that kind of a feeling, that he walked into the office, this is how the office looks, and kind of get an idea. And then it is a very tedious, it's a very tough job for any interviewer to really, understand or relate to what the qualities that the future employee has virtually. But then there were also virtual reality tests which were done, and different kind of gaming tests were done by which the psychology and also the skills of the employees could be assessed. So this was related most to the big companies who had the funds and also kind of the speed by which they created this platform. So everything was done virtual. But now again in the current scenario when the COVID is not there, the thing is falling back again into the old pattern that we had when the interviews were done face to face. Now the HR companies are the HR teams are looking at doing the first round virtually and then conducting the face to face interview. But then this pandemic taught us a lot of things. I mean, there were a lot of levels in the companies who had never thought of becoming, work from home. So all those who we never thought would become working from home had started working from there. And they proved the point that even while not being in the office, under supervision or under their management, they're still able to deliver. And that's the reason why these companies are now, thinking of continuing further with the work from home despite the COVID getting lessened or, eradicated from the scenario as such. So, and also another part of the pandemic brought us that we were able to save a lot of money. A lot of companies saved a lot of money. That was used into other departments or other functions of employee development or any kind of perks or benefits that was given to the employees. So this particular fund was in all different companies that I point out were used in other other functions in other purposes. So this is what the scenario is, and we are looking at everybody. All companies are looking at the future, that how they fit out. And so future is there, and anyway, the pandemic has been beneficial than being more harmful as well.
Thank you, sir. Kalia sir, we would like your insight on the recent things are there and they are into more online mode nowadays. So how marketing being digitized and how it was impacted their lives because their career is important in the marketing.
Like you have a very good career both in offline marketing and online marketing, and it is interchangeable also. In online marketing nowadays, it has been put into something very, very sophisticated. It is not there. Like here, if you come on online marketing, and right now online marketing is 24 hours, 7 days, and 365 days. Suppose online, let's take social media, and you have a brand, and this brand is talked about 24 hours across the globe. We will provide you very simple tools, very popular type of tools, whereby you can explore where your brand is mentioned, who is mentioning, because on internet, whosoever is coming, you are searching the internet, but people forget that internet is searching you so much that you are just naked before internet. There is no privacy there. Even if at night you are watching something, even in the incognito movie, in incognito window here, कि मैं कोई बहुत ही ज्यादा दूसरी साइड पे जाऊंगा, डैशिंग साइड पे जाऊंगा, इंटरनेट इज नोटिंग. Even if you are on Facebook and talking to your girlfriend और एक बॉयफ्रेंड की 7 साल से हम बातें कर रहे हैं, अब तुम डोली लेकर कब आओगे? That has been picked by internet also. And जयपुर के अंदर सारे टेंट हाउस के पास वो मैसेज आएगा कि ये दोनों डोली वोली की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो घोड़ी घोड़ी के प्रपोजिशन जब भी ये इंटरनेट पर आए इन दोनों को दे दो, और अगर टेंट वाले ने हायर किया हुआ है ऑनलाइन वाले को, तो वो उसको बताएगा कि इसमें तू इंटरव्यू कर जा कि कालिया टेंट हाउस वाले बैठे हैं और बहुत बढ़िया तुम्हारे को फूड के साथ अच्छा करेंगे. So because start out, that is online. It's not sophisticated at all. You just join it and you will enjoy it. But you are sitting inside. Inside means some sort of you will find. One of the major problem is it's a prison here, air conditioned prison है. बाहर नहीं जा सकता मैं, उधर नहीं जा सकता. आपको बॉस से अगर छुट्टी मांगनी पड़ेगी तो वो बोलेगा कि 7 साल पहले तो तुम आधा घंटा पहले गए थे यार, अब तो वापस आधे घंटे की बात कर रहे हो. So these types of problems will come. But in the offline marketing, you are always on the road. Always you are independent. Anytime any call come from your say family, friend, etc. After your MBA, you can meet them wherever you want in Jaipur, like Gaurav Tower. कहीं भी जा सकते हो. दोनों के अपने अपने advantage हैं. And I hope that you are expert both in say offline marketing and online marketing. अगर online marketing क्या जैसे 1:30 बजे रात को अगर किसी ने लिख दिया कि सर इस ब्रांड के कारण से एक आदमी ने कुछ नेगेटिव कर दिया, देयर यू आर सपोज टू इंटरवीन विद योर मैसेजेस एक्सेट्रा. हियर कोका कोला जैसी कंपनी 24 घंटे का कंट्रोल रूम बनाकर चलते हैं. हमने अभी अपना पूरा कंट्रोल रूम बनाया है, और किसी ने अगर ये बोला कि दिस कोका कोला इज यूज्ड फॉर वॉशिंग यूटेंसिल्स ओनली, देयर कोका कोला शुड एंटर and then clear their doubts. No, this is not for their purpose here. This is what is online marketing. Here online marketing पूरे साल पढ़ाते हैं अपन. So I think I did justice with the
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I have a question from Mehta, sir, because I will be taking HR perspective. There is a saying that happiness is equals to debit is equals to credit. Okay, and nowadays stress and time management, how to balance?
Very nice question. That somehow happiness is related with time management. Very true. There might be number of reasons for your happiness or your sadness. But if you are not happy in your life, one of the major reasons might be that you have not been able to manage your time properly. This is, I think, first and the foremost reason. Because if you can manage your time, if you can manage your priorities very well, in that case, probably there will be less work stress as well as the home stress also. Because you have been able to achieve what you wanted to accomplish. In that case, it will give you a lot of satisfaction. Similarly, if you are managing your time well, it means that you have managed your priorities also very well. So, if you carry any research, those who are managing their time, they are more satisfied, more accomplished, and it will certainly add in their happiness. So they are very much interrelated to each other. That is, manage your time and remain happy forever.
So with the quote of happiness, we can have an insight from Saurabh sir about his corporate experience. Sir, if you could light upon the social well-being, employee well-being, and what strategies companies are doing once the company joined, and there's also a gap, employability, what we teach as per as said in the previous session, and what a corporate wants.
Okay, sir did very correctly and perfectly mentioned that if you're able to manage your time, you're able to be more happy. And any work in the corporate world that is given to an employee, there is a tag or a timeline by which that work needs to be completed, because the deliverables are given to the department, whatever the deliverables are. So the better you manage your time, the better way you are able to deliver. And once you're able to, your job is done, you're happy. And if you're able to do it in a very better way or a good way, then you're furthermore happy, your company is happy, your managers are happy. Now, what happens is that work pressure, any kind of work that is assigned to the employee, and because of the reasons that the hirings are not able to be done properly, there is a gap of what the attrition has happened and what the hirings has been done or not been able to do. The work piles up among the different employees who are working. So if suppose a work was to be done by 10 people and 2 people have left or have not been able to be hired, 8 people, so the work of the 10 people has to be divided between the 8. Now somebody has to do the work because the work needs to be completed. Now what happens is that would create a work pressure on an employee to go ahead and complete the work. Here, the solution that the corporate does is they create a proper process in any work or any task that is assigned. A predefined process is there for every task, for every employee at any level that this needs to be done, this needs to be done in a day. So, if you are disciplined, if the employee is disciplined and does and follow that process, then the task is able to be completed. And there is something called smart work in corporate. The smart work, one is the hard work, the other is the good work and smart work. So you have to be flexible, you have to be smart enough to prioritize, as sir had mentioned, prioritize your tasks which are assigned to you and complete by the time of the time. And other than that, what I would like to add is that the corporate world, different companies have different way of what to say, watch the if the task is being completed or performance or the outcome of the employees that they have done. And it is also very important, particularly in the time of pandemic, where people were not face to face, the employees were not in the offices, to keep the employees engaged. Now it is the work of HR to do activities and do motivational activities so that any person, any employee who is feeling a bit low, is feeling a bit detached, and is also working remotely alone, gets motivated and does the work. And one thing I just like to also add about this, work and culture is that the time when we were employed, 2 decades back or 1 decade back, the employees used to be attached to a company through loyalty, to faith and also to stability. But the current workforce that we have now are more volatile. They are they are more volatile. It's very possible for them to leave a company at a very drop of a hat. So to keep them engaged, what you need is more than R&R, like results and rewards and what to say, perks and benefits. To keep these people who fall now in a power curve, because earlier employees, they used to be bell curve under they used to fall in our decade when we were working, when we joined the companies that I worked in. But now in the VUCA world, in the world that is VUCA, that is volatile and also uncertain and also complex and also with ambiguity, the employee performance falls under a power curve, what they call it. So the top level of the power curve, the employees, they are very volatile. At the top of a headhunter, they are high performance, very high performance. They're crucial for the running of the business and the growth of the business. So they would leave in a drop of a hat. What I felt is that while working in these companies, that you can retain an employee or you can keep a high performance employee if you show him a growth path. Everybody, every employee, average employee or a top performer needs a growth path. So in a company, if these people are shown their growth path, quick growth path, whatever, as per the employee, then they are retained. And it is really very important to retain an employee. The reason is that because of the attrition, the hiring during these times, hiring also been tough. As I've been observing in some companies that HR are not able to hire the people. So we need to retain our employees and keep them happy and related, engaged to the company, so that like the company functions and the growth goes.
Thank you. Now we have amongst us the another panelist, Professor Dr. P.K. Jain. Would like to welcome sir. Sir is presently the Dean ISB School of Management from Suresh Ganga University, and when Sir's name came to us, we talk about entrepreneurship. So he's contributing from so many decades about student development, making the budding entrepreneur ready and passionate to go for their startups. So we would like to have your insight on the topic, sir.
Thank you, Professor Leena ji. Thank you, all the panelists. First of all, I apologize for my delay. It was great to listen to the panelists. The world we are living in is evolving faster than we thought. You know, dear students, you people have made it happen. Today, I have written an article on my LinkedIn page. The article title is "The Future Has Come." It is for today's this seminar. The future has actually come. What we could not even think about has come. You know, how many startups are registered in India? 62,000. We could not even think about one startup when we were studying in the MBA program. How many patent applications were filed during 2022? More than 58,000 in India alone. Many people applied in Australian patent and international patents that I am not counting. The patent application in India alone in 1 year was more than 58,000. When I was studying in MBA, we did not have even 58,000 patents. So the world we were thinking about has actually come. The entire world is looking at India because the wisdom that India has is the need of the hour. If a new startup is started today, what do you expect the startup? You expect the startup to talk about circular economy. You expect the startup to talk about reverse logistics. You expect the startup to contribute to sustainable development goals. That means protecting the environment, preserving the life ecosystem. These are the things which our own Indian people talked about thousands of years back in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The pursuit from finity to infinity, which Indian people talked about thousands of years back, is the talk today. I would like to share this article which I have written for you people, today's purpose, with Dr. Leena ji, with a request to share it among those of you who are interested, because this is the theme on which I'm willing to talk to you, I'm willing to share my thoughts to you, so that I can also get your words of wisdom from me. An entrepreneur in Jaipur started a website called Wise Stories. Now, the Wise Stories is talking only about stories of startups, stories of entrepreneurs. Guess how many stories he has? In a very short period of time, it has more than 1,000 stories. More than 1,000 stories. So the youth today are creating these stories. These stories are created by people like you, common people. It is very heartening to note that it is not the governments which are doing, it is the common people who are doing the major work today. And the common people are completely changing the way we look at the world. The world is completely changing by common people. And that's the most important thing. This is actually true democracy. This is actually, I should say, call it peoplecracy, because now common people are driving the changes. When it is war, it is not the government which is opposing the war. It is the common people who come on the street and ask, why are you creating war? When governments are allocating huge budgets for arms and ammunition, it is the common people who are asking, why are you allocating so many so much of resources towards wars and weapons? Why don't you promote peace, non-violence, and overall development of the people? Governments are just doing the lip swinging about sustainable development goals, but it is the common people who are bringing innovative ideas to achieve sustainable development goals. The common people are contributing to overall economic development. We now need to revisit the age-old Indian wisdom, which was focus of our thought process, peace, non-violence, universal brotherhood, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Look at the beautiful lines that you find in ancient Indian literature. For example, Mahamrityunjay Mantra. Everybody talks about it. What it says, let's conquer our own death. Let's become infinite. Let's attain moksha. The kind of thoughts that they are talking about. Let's talk about other important ancient Indian shlokas. For example, Navkar Mantra. It says, let's respect everybody who is knowledgeable person. Everybody who is having wisdom. Let's respect that person. And let there be peace and prosperity all around. These are the thoughts that we need to the world again. The education system need to completely change. The practices that we need to be changed. The youth are changing the world, but the education system, which is primarily dominated by policymakers, by governments, that need to change. Those things which are controlled by governments, they need to change. Somewhere it is communism, somewhere it is capitalism, somewhere it is something else. All these isms are creating problems. Let the youth dictate the world. Let the youth take the charge of the world systems. Wherever youth are coming forward, they are actually bringing good thoughts. People like Mr. Nirmal Baradia is planning to plant 10 lakh trees. Some people have already done miracles. One person alone planted complete forest in Assam. One lady planted 80,000 trees, banyan trees. Got Padma Shri for that. These stories are not few. This is a long list of the miracles being created by common people. Remember, these are not based on the government resources. These are people's own initiative, people's own efforts. And these are creating these stories. That's what I'm talking about. Let's now request the governments, please minimize your governance. We want minimum governance. We want the youth to be truly empowered, to take the charge. Look at, 2 days back, we had a strike by public sector banks. I wrote on my LinkedIn page, which is really public bank today? Ask yourself, is that bank which comes to you when you require, or is that bank which is now conducting the strikes and all those things? This is a fact today, that 1/3 of total banking business has been taken away by private sector bank. One full page advertisement is coming by private sector bank today. People are now switching over to private sector bank. And this has happened in last only 1 decade. Public sector banks, which were dominating India, once upon a time, 80% of the business was held by SBI alone. Today, entire public sector is having 60% business, which is continuously shrinking. The entire public sector has 4 lakh employees, officers, while the private sector has got 5,60,000 officers. The way the private sector is coming, the way the micro entrepreneurs are coming, the way the small entrepreneurs are coming, this is really positive, and we must welcome it and we must appreciate it. Because this is your world, you people. I'll not use the word like yuga, etc. I'll say it is your word. So simple. You means here, the people that I am facing, the people of 20s, the people of 30s. The average age of CEOs has declined like anything. When I was doing my MBA, people used to say, when you will become something like 60, you will become a CEO. I missed the bus because now the average age of CEOs has come down to 35, 40. And I am just watching, oh, I lost it.
So people like you are going to bring down it much, much lower. Probably some of you will become CEOs at the age of 30. So you'll bring the median age of CEOs much earlier. India is shining like anything. World's largest number of scientific manpower from India, largest number of technical manpower from India, largest number of doctors from India, largest number of engineers from India, and now largest number of CEOs from India. The way people from India are contributing is not an accident. It's not a chance. The credit goes to the roots which we have ignored for so many years. We have ignored our roots, but those roots are the basic foundation for our actual growth. No school, no education institution, no business school talks about those roots, which we should again pick up, which we should again talk about. For example, very simple ideas that people have in their common homes. Small children, putting water to people tree. People in villages still trying to respect cow. Cow is the base of Indian economy in villages. This is something great. All business schools have left it far behind. And I am saying this should return back. Cow should become the base of Indian economy in villages again. The government should recognize it because it's not cow, it's not animal. The way it is able to differentiate between each plant. Today I was talking to my business schools students. I was asking them, do you know which plant is it? Do you know is it edible or not? These people do not know. Most animals do not know. For example, a goat, it will eat any plant. But look at cow. Cow can differentiate between each plant. And remember it, the plant which is the favorite plant of cow is actually the most medicinal, most nutritive plant for human beings. And the plant which cow will not eat is actually harmful for human beings. This wisdom is great wisdom, which a cow, which you call an animal, it has. Not only that, look at, for so many years, India's agriculture was actually based on cow. Today, farmers have again started switching back to it, saying it's on organic agriculture. We actually require cow-based agriculture. We, in modern education, have started talking about cow as an object that to be cut. Slaughterhouses are being promoted. Bring it back. Bring back the age-old Indian wisdom. Let's again bring cow back to the center of Indian economy. I request the governments, if you start giving one cow each to every poor household, I tell you, there will be no poor in India. I tell you, because if a household has a cow, there will be no question of poverty. People will be able to feed themselves well. People will be able to live themselves well. These are the questions on which nobody wants to talk. Let's talk about these questions. Let's talk about these fundamental things. That's what I said. We have completely and purposefully ignored our own wisdom. This is the wisdom that we had generated thousands of years back. Why are we ignoring it? The world is today saluting it, but we are not saluting it. This is the wisdom. Today, the entire world is getting benefit from yoga. We ignored it ourselves. Today, the entire world is trying to learn the science of living from India. We have ignored it ourselves. Let's bring it back. If today I'll ask you, what kind of lifestyle you are living? I and you have a long gap between us. You are 22. I am 40. I am 53. There is a huge gap between us. Why this huge gap? The huge gap is because you have not been taught about science of living. I was told by my grandparents, my parents, the science of living. I do not eat certain food for whatever reason. For you, those food are nutritious food because textbooks have prescribed. Textbooks have said that meat is full of protein and all these things. While I was trained because of thousands of years of Indian knowledge, don't eat meat. Don't eat this thing. Don't eat this thing. It's not religion. It's science, pure science. Now world is recognizing it. We should again recognize back. I don't eat after sunset. I don't eat before 9 a.m. in the morning. This is my schedule. When I talk to my students and I tell them that this is, I learned it from my grandparents. It is based on age-old Indian wisdom. On certain days, we do fasting. This is pure science. This is pure science, but we don't recognize it. Let us try to understand age-old wisdom again. Let us appreciate age-old Indian principles. Let us appreciate that we always promoted non-violence. We have to re-establish non-violence in the global context. Organizations have to relearn management, not from the West, from the Indians. Age-old Indian wisdom. Organizations need to revive their management practices from age-old Indian wisdom. Many Indian age-old wisdom-based management gurus are today emerging. And fortunately, they are very popular. All those companies which are adopting management development programs, which are purely based on age-old management wisdom, age-old Indian wisdom, yes, those companies are actually becoming happy places, true happy organizations, truly spiritual organization. Spirituality and organizational excellence are going hand to hand. And this is, in my opinion, something we must all celebrate. We must all appreciate. We must all recognize. I'm very much thankful to you that you invited me, listen to my views, and these views, probably everybody doesn't have the courage to speak out, but everyone accepts it. Everyone recognizes it. Let us all start recognizing them. Let us all start appreciating them, because we should not ignore the age-old science that our own ancestors developed and gave to the world. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Since we are about short of time, we would like to have just the concluding remarks on that topic. Just a concluding remarks of the panel discussion from each of the panelists. Saurabh, sir.
So the main theme for this panel discussion was issues management. We have discussed, we already have seen, what the issues we face in management, also through the pre-pandemic and with the pre-pandemic time. I would like to highlight that with the entrance of this new technologies like artificial intelligence and RPA robotics and also machine learning and all these things coming on, the future is going to be something like where there'll be a workforce where humans will be working with robots or bots or cobots. Now the thing is that in that kind of scenario in the future, because we should also look into what's going to happen in the future in say 2030 or around 2025. We'll be sharing our workplace with this automated system. So what is going to be to foresee, what the problems are going to be at that time while working humans and robots are working together? I would just like to mention that currently at this time, the RPA that's been done or the artificial intelligence, the status is that any kind of repetitive work that an employee does now, a workforce employee does, we are my maths teacher, when I was in school, he once told us that you are very, you guys are very, I write it down on the blackboard and you guys copy it down. So you guys are expert, you're becoming expert on copying things from the blackboard and writing. Right now, I find it relevant. So what we had told that time, they're still doing copy because a lot of places in software that use Microsoft, they're just doing copy. So in the workplace, the job that we have now of copy paste is not going to be there. It's going to be automated. And what will be there is that something that has creativity, or something that requires you to, create a new thing or add values by doing certain jobs, that should come, that should be there. And the bots certainly are going to evolve right now from what they are right now. And we will have a workforce that be, that be automated as well as with bots and machines and also with the human beings. What I foresee is that in that time, the bots are going to excel in accuracy because they'll be 100% accurate. There'll be no error. Like we humans, if it says it's error to be human. So that will change. I mean, the bots and the robots will not put no error. They'll be working 24/7. We work for 9 hours or 8 hours, the workforce right now. But then they will be working there anytime they are there to do the job. And they would do it very quickly, they would do it accurately. Now, where the humans will find a good space would be one, creativity. Second is going to be something that requires social intelligence. You see something what we have right now is social like Facebook and LinkedIn and all that. And there's a lot of interactions happening there, a lot of people making postings there. So a lot of things, as sir had mentioned, that now the work is this kind of planting of trees and also doing this kind of social work, say making roadways and all that. This is done by the people, and this is coming the forefront now. People are able to see it because these are posted on the social media. This is posted in LinkedIn, and this is getting appreciated. So the government has now come up that okay, let's go ahead and appreciate this person because that kind of excellent work might get replicated. So social intelligence, creativity, and also the skill, the ability to manipulate. The robots would be set on a particular, a particular process. But then it is in a lot of works, in a lot of tasks, it is required for the humans to manipulate. They have to think of other options. They have to think of multiple options. And also the workforce, I will say, is kind of different. I mean, the robots will find it difficult to work in when there are a lot of things happening. Maybe unscattered or an unknown workplace, but a human will excel in that because they will find what does work and all that. So these kind of things what I foresee. And one more thing just I like to add is that certainly our works are going to be, our life is going to be better. And there's always a question of that losing jobs to robotics. Like will the people lose the job? Now I remember when I started my career in companies, I was into software solutions marketing, selling software to corporates. First, I started with selling to small business companies, where I was selling Vedika software, financial package. Now, I used to go to the small offices, very small SOHO segments, like small office, home office segments, and I used to meet the people to sell my software. Now, they used to say that ये देखिए ये कंप्यूटर रखा हुआ है ढका हुआ है मैंने ये 1.5 लाख में लिया है and that used to be PC or 80 at that time 60 or whatever. So with 4 GB RAM, now we are talking about 120 GB RAM in our mobile. So ये पड़ा हुआ है ये white elephant, इसपे मैंने 1.5 लाख लगा दिया और इसमें जो है इससे कुछ काम नहीं निकलता because at that time there were no software, nothing else, not much there. But then just imagine after 15 or 20 years that we see right now, we cannot do any work without a computer. So that was what we had foreseen that ये expenditure है कोई काम नहीं आता. Now that we are always everything is done on computer, and that's what's going to happen. I foresee that we will be apprehensive that people will lose jobs, but then jobs will get better, it will get easier, and also that's what I foresee. And also that the quality of the jobs will be better, and the employees will be working on other creative and decisive strategic decision-making work. So you have to transfer from this level to that level. And one more last thing just I want to add is that jobs require some sort of technical knowledge, like working on Excel or working on tab tools and presentation software. So that's the trend going to be. You have either you are in art or commerce. It is better to upgrade yourself up to this kind of more technical stuff. So in the future, the job that will be coming and you will be required, the workforce, the people who are doing MBA now will be the workforce in those years. They will need to have some technical skills. And wait to end my what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about, that it is I just came to know that UPM has added around 40 or 40 new courses on AI and ML and all this future technology. I congratulate the UPM management team and the VC sir that they have included these courses. What I will request is that for all students to go for this electives that they are given to future ready. And this is a step that's been taken by, I think this course were added 2 years back. There are a lot of universities who have not added this course. So UPM will have an edge over the others because they have this, they're teaching in their curriculum. And one grand thing that's going to happen in 2047 is that the event of 100 years of our independence. So 1947 is when we had our independence. 2047 is going to be 100 years. So many of us will not be there. Many will be there. You guys will be there. The current workforce. So there will be a lot of things that will be coming up from the industry, from the government to celebrate 2047. So we should, kind of think about those celebrations or those, events can be, done at that time. So with that, I conclude my, speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Concluding remarks from Kalia sir.
Online and offline field is really very interesting. I invite all of you, and I offer Professor PT also one or two we can make intern also. And, like the whatever is written by generally it is said that online technology has enveloped us, controlled us completely here. But at the same time, I find here so many beautiful examples whereby one person from a rural area even can compel the largest of FMCG industry or the company, Hindustan Unilever Limited, having approximately 45,000 crores of rupees turnover, to stop its advertisement here. Example here is Surf का जो advertisement आता है, दाग अच्छे हैं. They showed one holy festival and वहां पर रंग लग रहे हैं और वो दाग लगे और उसको अगर धोते हैं तो दाग सारे धुक जाते हैं. उस पे एक काम से एक आदमी ने लिखा जिससे वो एड को उन्होंने रोका, चेंज किया कि मेरे को होली पे मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड ने या मेरी बहन ने या मेरी मदर ने अगर रंग लगाया है तो ये दाग कैसे हो सकते हैं? ये रंग है, ये दाग नहीं है, और ऐसे किसी सर्फ में औकात नहीं है जो इस दाग को या इस रंग को मिटा सके.
Current business environment appears to be quite challenging, but simultaneously we can say that the current trends of business environment is providing a lot of opportunities to these youngsters. People like you, age 22, 23, 24, if you have a keen desire to learn, if you can update your knowledge on an ongoing, continuing basis, if you can deliver the things as required by the organization, if you are really hardworking, proactive, if you develop the leadership qualities, certainly sky is the limit to rise for you, dear students. Professor T can that now the average age of CEO is 35 or so. Certainly, there is a crisis of leadership, and it is a right time and it is a high time for youngsters that they should develop the leadership qualities. The same thing applies for the organization. Those organizations who can develop performance-oriented culture, those organizations who are visionary, those organizations who are conducting researches, marketing researches, and other researches on an ongoing continuing basis, those organizations who are proactive and take their decisions well in advance, those organizations who are progressive, those organizations who can retain the best and the brightest workforce, perhaps they will be the market leaders in future. Yes, Professor Jain, you were right that the time that when we did our masters, the opportunities were very, very limited. But today for these youngsters, perhaps opportunities prevail everywhere. Those who come forward, those who are grabbing the opportunities, perhaps future will be yours, and they won't be any surprise that these students of UEM, perhaps after 5 years or 6 years, may take the place of CEO, but you will have to deliver to the organizations. You will have to create your own value for the organization. It is not the individual skills that is important, but perhaps working as a team, your organizational competence will be equally important. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. In the end, the panel discussion, I would like to conclude with the saying that we don't grow when things are easy. We grow when we face challenges. So what all the challenges that we have been addressed to, we would like to continue grow for the bright future. So in the end, I would like to thank all the panelists. And since sir has joined late, I would like to request Dr. P.K. Sharma, Registrar UEM, to say convey a gratitude. Greetings to sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite all the panelists of the previous session as well as the current session to capture this memory, beautiful memory of thought-provoking sessions. I would like for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. And this is Dr. Leena from St. Xavier's College signing off for the panelists. Thank you so much.
May I now humbly request Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, sir, to give the token of thanks to our respected moderators of the session, Ms. Minali Banerjee and Dr. Lee. A round of applause, everybody.
अरे सर, yes, sir. मधुर साहब ने क्रिएट किया, मधुर साहब ने क्रिएट किया होगा। ये हमारे कजन्स हैं।
Thank you to all the respected dignitaries for sparing your precious time and bestowing us with words of wisdom. I now request the House to proceed for lunch. Wish you all a pleasant day.
After the lunch, the paper presenters are requested to head towards their respective venue for their presentation. The track will be starting from 3:15 and kindly reach the venue by 3 p.m.
हटा दियो, हटा दे, इसको हटा दो अभी, अभी रहने दो ऐसे, इसको रहने दो इसको। फोन दे दो, आप फोन दे दो। हाँ हाँ आराम से निकाल लो। थैंक यू। मैम
नीचे जाना पड़ता है।
I don't know, but how was?
You tell me.
I find it.
एक बार
Hi.